Uh,
Peace, nobles, Islam. Yeah, I mean, we just gonna run through this real quick and set a lot of stuff straight. Um, introduce yourself, noble.
Islam, peace, peace. My name is Malik Raheem Brown L. Appellation. And full alive living being, human, God in the flesh. And we are here to talking about nationality and birthrights and try to put an end to, you know, things that has
Islam
been thrown
noble.
out there.
Camp Powhatan just came in. Islam more.
Islam.
Share this, John Moore, if you can. Let people know that we going live. And this Kasi Afri Rajel, you already know. So before we even begin, I want to start by reading the divine warning by the prophet because we we got to keep these principles de jour and
Islam.
abrupt as we can. So it goes divine warning by the prophet Noble Drew Ali. Prophet warns all Muslim governors. Prophet warns all Muslims. Governors ordered to be read, proclaimed at each meeting. So this is to be read before we even start the meetings. I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work and in their homes or on the streets. We are for peace and not for destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members who hold malicious feelings towards the temple or the prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And if the Prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The Prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their Prophet and the temple. This is an everlasting movement founded by the Prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by order of Noble Drew Ali. So, the Prophet and the man. So we start off with that. This from the Moorish literature document. You can get that off of rbbaypublication.com. Now we're gonna jump back into that document because it has a lot of it sets straight this whole confusion about nationality and our position to it. So like we as faithful Moors have to impart this down to people who might be not of the cloth because they're thinking this is religion. And we will see in this presentation that this has nothing to do with any religion. We won't even deal with the etymology of religion, but in the connotative sense of religion, that has nothing to do with religion in that sense. This is a civic organization. So we'll go with that.
Islam. Yes. And organization is civically chartered and is divinely prepared by our illustrious prophet. So that's why we are saying that this doesn't have anything to do with religion. And, we want to get into the principles of religion as far as dogma and allegory, things in that nature. Once you understand that, you know, there's a lot of people that's using these dogma type things to enslave you, then you want to try to get away from that a lot. But right here, we're trying to go with this format to explain why Moors are nationals and we are divine at the same time. Because our prophet, when we say our prophet, it's because he came and set things straight politically for our people who did not have the mindset to come in and set things politically straight for themselves at that particular point in time. So when we're going into certain aspects about why our standpoint is this is not just a religious thing or religious aspect because it's conveyed just to be a religious aspect. But in actuality, you know, this is national too, and it's civic, and it got everything to do with civics. So within that realm, we're gonna go ahead and get into the girth of this nationality and birthright. So how you want to start this off, my brother Kasir?
I want to clarify. I want to put a fact to that claim we made about this started as a civic organization. I go to
Mm-hmm.
page 18 of the Moorish literature, and it says on second chapter, we organized as a Moorish Temple of Science in the year 1925 and were legally incorporated as a civic organization under the laws of the state of Illinois on November 29th, 1926. Now, notice he says the laws of the state of Illinois, not the regulations of Cooks County, because we have dirty Moors that we thought were respectable that are starting to jump off like the whole order of what the things are, and they're speaking against the prophet. So they make claims like this is not a civic organization. Well, this is it's saying it right here. So they must have not read the Moorish literature.
Right.
The name Moorish Temple of Science was changed to Moorish Science Temple of America in May 1928 in accordance with the legal requirements from the Secretary of State of Illinois. Now, from there, I actually have the document, the PDF of Noble Drew Ali incorporating this with the state of Illinois. So wait, it's from the original document that created the back of the 101s. It's like real blurry, but it's the actual document. So
Right.
when this is written, it says Moorish Science Temple of America. It doesn't say Moorish Science Temple of America Inc. It doesn't say Moorish Science Temple of America Republic, and none of that other stuff you hear. It just says Moorish Science Temple of America.
It doesn't say USAR, um, nothing like that. Do it more.
No. Mm-mm.
Okay, I'm just checking.
And then this is the one. So this is the one with Cooks County in July 20th, 1928. So Moore's was who was it? Abdullah, one of the brothers that we think that he's supposed to be a loyal Moor, and Shem
Right.
El. You know what I'm saying? I mean Shem, my fault, not Shem El. I got that confused a couple
It's
days
Shem
ago. Shem
Malachi Bay, I
Malachi
think it
Bey,
is.
this guy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they're talking all like way reckless and dirty, saying that the prophet and the temple are deriving their authority from Cooks County. I could have swore that the prophet said that the authority was derived wasn't the authority derived from the Great Quran of Muhammad?
Yes.
Mohammed. So let's break that down. Great Quran is not Holy Quran or Noble Quran. So don't get that
It's
confused. When
right.
they
It's
say
Great
uh,
Quran.
Great Quran, they're speaking about the great recitation or the great repeating of
Mm-hmm.
the Mohammed. Now, what's Mohammed mean? The praiseworthy. So the
Mm-hmm.
great repeatings of the praiseworthy, and then Noble Drew Ali told you to return back to the ancient ways of your forefathers and foremothers. So, right,
Right.
what they left to us is their writings and their speeches or their oral statements. That would be the repeating or the recitations of the praiseworthy. It doesn't mean anything religious. People have to understand how to decode it and not be religious. This
Mm-hmm.
thing is like divine and the national. It's in the divine sense to show you national principles.
Right.
So so for them to say that he did it wrong and then him appointing sheiks was wrong, it should have been priests. No, it was never a church. and let's prove that. What's the next document we got here? The back of the 101s, I believe.
Right.
So the back of the 101s, if people have the 101s and go to the bottom, they're going to
Mm-hmm.
see a notice there. It's going to say, see Herd's Revised Statutes, chapter 36, 32, 36.
2-6. Right.
Yeah.
Our appointed, our wardens, vestrymen, or whatever name they may adopt. Mm-hmm.
So when you look that up, hold on, we're going to look that up. Herd's Revised Statutes. It's going to pop. It's the Illinois compiled statutes. It's going to pop up and it's going to take you right to 805. But Herd's revised statutes. So we can't just make these claims, or we gotta show the proof.
You're right.
People be saying a lot, but they don't be showing the proof. So right here says 805 ILCS. That stands for Illinois Compiled Statutes. 110/0.01 from chapter 32. So we read the first part, section 35. It says, any church, congregation, or society formed for the purpose of religious worship may become incorporated in the manner following. Remember, it was a civic organization in 25, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they did in 28, religious worship. But you got to keep in mind society.
Yeah, Jules
Keep that
Society.
society in mind, right?
Keep that in mind, Jules Society, and keep in mind that the prophet established 1913 temple. It was called the Moorish Holy Science Temple.
Yeah,
Okay,
what they call the Canaanite temple.
The Canaanite temple, right?
So this all shows you the whole breakdown of the the I do solemnly swear, like the whole thing that's on the back of the 101. It shows you in the actual compiled statutes where that's being taken from. But this can be for a church, congregation, or society. So why is that important? Because when we go to what I want to look up first, I want to look up the divine constitution of the Moorish Science Temple of America. So we deal with Act 6.
Act 6.
Right?
Okay.
And it says, with us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality.
Right.
And we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are part and parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men must now proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live in the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Obadiah Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites who inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Now, we already know about how it all gets carried away with, but when we deal with contextual understanding, we know that we all descended from America and brought this information out into the rest of the world. We'll prove that later when we get into the DNA breakdown, John. But that Act 6 is all the people back in the day in the 20s that thought everything was from Africa. He's showing you, like, listen, you're not Ethiopians, black people, Negroes, or colored. So that would take out you being from Africa, because that's titles that show, or those are labels that show that you come from Africa, dealing with slavery. So if none of those titles are supposed to be used for you, then that means you're not part of the out of Africa cosmogony, or what they call the diaspora. So from there, we get this whole thing of citizens and nationality. So we got to understand what that actually even means.
Right.
So I already looked up Black's Law Dictionary. What is nationality? It says that quality or character which arises from the fact of a person's belonging to a nation or state. Nationality determines the political status of an individual, especially with reference to allegiance, while domicile determines his civil status. So we got two. So in nationality, it's basically dealing with your political
Political
status.
status. Yeah.
It doesn't really, it's not talking about domicile, which determines civil status. Nationality arises by birth or naturalization.
Mm-hmm.
According to Savigny, nationality is also used as opposed to territoriality for the purpose of distinguishing the case of a nation having no national territory, e.g., the Jews, right?
Islam.
So a lot of people keep saying that this is, where is the Moroccan land or how come Moors is the Morocco? Okay, we'll get all that straightened out. But the point is that the definition of nationality is not really saying a place that you're at. It's talking about your political status. The place where you derive from or where you are is your domicile. That's something else. So nationality would be the way that show your identity or show who you are in the political sense, and what they would call elect somebody into, you know, um, a governmental position.
Mm-hmm.
The only electors could be landowners.
Right. And then we got to look at this fact that the above cited Supreme Court decisions combining resolves as Dred Scott versus the laws and citizens of the United States were the lawful genus personifying the supreme issues of status and jurisdiction. These issues are relevant to the immediate matters of nationality and manumissions of the indigenous Moorish to the continental breast of North America. Then you hear now the greatest bounds of jurisdictions and power to the wisdoms in the Supreme Court of the United States is now challenged to render in written personam its constitutional jurisdiction to govern the lost found Aboriginal tribes of the Moorish American nation, an estimate 60 million descendants. The U.S. Supreme Court, in full authority to exercise the power of the United States Constitution, joined with the entire embellments of Congress, now have the burden of proof to any jurisdictions to justly govern the clean and pure nation of Moorish Americans present in their proper persons now before you. The uniting of this nation is the calling of our family clan bearing the one free national name of Moorish America is not being misconstrued as a religious organization confirmed to the United States First Amendment, nor to be confused with those persons denationalized in the United States 14th Amendment under the ex post facto slaves labels of Negroes, blacks, and colored people when after no jurisdictions ever over the Moorish Americans can be claimed and proven by the challenge sovereignty, whether spiritually, ancestrally, indigenously, politically, or legally, then both the lion and the lamb are to lay together, and neither will be harmed in this new era. They are to let the peace be still in the North American continent and the world now and forever. Now, the highest court in the United States, being in want of said jurisdiction and therefore without power to issue an impersonal judgment, we, the free national Americans, with our seals affixed hereupon, do hereby declare the anonymity of our Moorish American nation, our first inalienable right to be free, to be ourselves, God-like in his likeness and image. Islam or
Islam. So when we got nationality and we got some of the principles. Now, what is a citizen? Because that could get real confusing. Citizen doesn't mean you're from the United States.
No.
United
It,
States citizen, that's something else. But just
right.
the word citizen, that doesn't mean that. So under Black's Law Dictionary, what does citizen mean? And then when we say in Black's Law Dictionary, you can reference any law dictionary, and it's going to say, relatively the same thing. So
Right.
what is a citizen? In general, a member of a free city or jural society. Stop there.
Mm.
Um, when we go back to the Herds Provide statutes, and it's saying any church, congregation, or society, if you see citizens could be, members of a jural society, we're going to investigate that. Possessing all the rights and privileges which can be enjoyed by any person under its constitution and government, and subject to the corresponding duties. So, Constitution. That's why I read from the Divine Constitution of the Moorish Symbol of America, because that would be, in a sense, that jural society's constitution, making
Right.
them a government.
Right.
So, what does jural mean? We understand the society, but what does jural mean?
Joe was like civically um um prepared to run government.
This right here, it says jural, pertaining to or positive, pertaining to natural or positive right,
Mm.
or to the doctrines of rights and obligations as jural relations, or of pertaining to jurisprudence, juristic,
Mm-hmm.
juridical, recognized or sanctioned by positive law. So there's another one for Shem Malachi Bey. He said the Noble Drew Ali didn't teach
Didn't
positive
teach
law.
positive law. Yeah, that's
Well,
that. Well, we got that.
if
We
he
got
opened up a jural society that was based off of civics, in a jural society, the word jural is recognized by positive law. So how would he not be teaching that or understand that if that's how he designed his temple?
right.
Keep
Well,
embrace.
somebody's telling a lie more.
They lie a lot.
Mm.
Thus, the jural sphere is to be distinguished from the moral sphere. What's legally or lawfully right, let's say that, because we already know legally is not real. Lawful is how we decipher. So what's lawfully correct and what feels like it's correct morally can change based off of the opinions of the people at the time. De facto law, color of law. That's why they have democracies, but we'll get into that later.
Mm.
uh Jural sphere is distinguished from a moral sphere, the latter denoting the whole scope or range of ethics or science of conduct, the former embracing only such portions of the same have been made the subject of legal sanction or recognition. So they say legal, but we know lawful.
We know it's lawful. Yeah,
That's
everything they wanna make everything in legalese terms now. And mind you, they'll change certain things, to line certain things up to, run with their democracy or their democracy. So, it's a lot of fraudulent actions that's been predicated on our people, and some of them know this, and some of them don't. So we're now just coming to really set the record straight as far as all this bozoing going on around here. You see what I'm saying? And they say that more is a in a circus and this, that, and the third. But we'll
we'll
just have to
deal
we're
with
just gonna have to deal with that later too. But we're gonna stick to what we're here to scimitar tonight. So,
it's
Nasir,
at the last sentence of this journal. This is the most important part because it says founded in law, organized upon the basis of fundamental law and existing for the recognition and protection of rights. Thus, the term jural society is used as a synonym of state or organized political community. So, if Noble Drew Ali set up a society based upon civics, and it's showing you that through these principles, you have a jural society. or a
Right.
state. So that shows you that Noble Drew Ali understood in the 20s how to set up a state.
Hmm. It's in our acts, you know what I mean? As far as, the questioning and additional laws for the Moorish Americans by the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Act
So
one,
so
you know.
watch how he freaks it. If you set up a state, not everybody understands, you know, constitutional law and civic law like where they're versed very well with it. So he made it a religion too, so people
Hmm.
could have the same respect and protections if they just claim, oh well, this is religion, the same, oh I got my my circle seven, my 101s, and it's just like a religious thing. They don't go into the law. He
Right,
made it
but
so both ways could work.
both ways can work. And see what people don't understand too more. I'm gonna interject this. When you have protections like the Pope, right? He's supposed to be the sovereign because he has religious protections, and then he has lawful protections. So that what makes him um sovereign too in that capacity. So the prophet already was setting us up into a governmental dual society, um, with religious ties, just like you can have your own government running with your own religious facilities. You see what I'm saying? Doing business as, what I mean, who you supposed to be with your nationality, because this is politically giving you back everything that they politically took from you. So really, this whole emphasis that we are stressing here is that if you stick with the prophet and stick with you doing your own due diligence and getting with faithful Moors, you know what I mean, and studying and really knowing this, because just like the book of Eli, he knew everything he needed to know. They was looking for a book and he had it in his head. So the moral of the story is nationality is only proven when you know it. And having you a nationality card and everything else only projects that nationality further, because you know how to conduct yourself and use it. And the same thing with nationality. A lot of people gets this nationality thing took in wrongly because they think it's just religious and this, that, and the third, but they don't understand the concept of what our prophet brought us. So that's why he's a holy prophet, because he understood the ins and outs, and he brought everything to save a nation. And he told us it's going to take more than 50 years to understand what he brought us. You know what I mean? So that's why I want to interject in that, Kasir. But you can go ahead now and further, take it all the way there like we need to.
So I got to go right back to the Moorish literature, and we dealing with the editorial, a divine warning by the prophet for the nations. So off the rip, he says, the citizens of all free national governments. First of all, when have you ever heard anybody say or speak of a free national government? Islam,
Oh,
more Science Temple of America, North America. Noble Drew Ali manifested a theocratic government. Is
yes.
aristocratic, theocratic. What do you say? Theocratic aristocracy. But
Theocratic, aristocratic,
theocratic aristocracy.
yeah,
But
aristocracy.
the citizens of all free national governments. So we've never even heard of anybody say a free national government. Like, what even is that?
Hmm.
So it says according to their national constitution, are are all one family bearing one free national name. Those who fail to recognize the free national name of their constitutional government are classified as undesirables and are subject to all inferior names and abuses and mistreatments that the citizens care to bestow upon them.
Mm-hmm.
So now, when he's saying citizens in this regard, when he says citizens care to bestow upon them, he's talking about the citizens of so-called United States or
States.
of
Yeah.
any other government that want to molest you, like say a police officer or so-called
A
high.
municipality or any um you know what they call them, policy enforcers and mercenaries.
Yeah.
So
So, well, I want to skip to another page because he gives away a crazy secret that it went over a lot of people's head. He says,
hmm
through your free national name, you are known and recognized by all nations of the earth and are recognized by said national governments in which they live. The 14th and 15th Amendment brought the North and South in unit, placing the Southerners, who were at the time without power, with the constitutional body of power. And at that time, 1865, the free national constitutional law that was in force since 1774 declared all men equal and free. Wait, what's this Noble Jolly talking about? A constitution from 1774? What's he talking about?
yeah, he's talking about the Constitution that was already here before the United States adopted it.
But what would our people or the people of the you know the current time understand and know about that? They don't even know that this is a republic. So, but
Right.
forget that. There is another constitution in place.
hmm
You're dealing with like the third one,
hmm
right? So we talking about one that was enforced since 1774,
Right.
right? He
hmm
said, and if all men are declared by the free national constitution to be free and equal, since that constitution has never been changed, there is no need for the application of the 14th and 15th Amendment for
15th
the
Amendment,
salvation of our
Reservation of our
people
people.
and citizens.
So
Our
that
people
means
and citizens.
citizens. So that means what they call that civil rights and all that shit is dead. That
And I,
that's nothing. You know what I mean? Because that doesn't apply to real Moors. You feel what I'm saying? But if you up under the status of Negro, Black, Color, African American, you know what I mean? It's you civilly dead. So they have to give you privileges up under those codes, and so they're trying to really do commerce and business within your as U.S. chattel property, but giving the animals leg room to breathe and run around and do their business a little bit freely, but you still at the slaughterhouse. See what I'm saying?
slaughterhouse indeed. So we understand this. Now we gotta go. Look up this original constitution. Now, where I've had that, and let me get that one up. I thought I typed that in already. Wait a minute.
I got
Oh,
the
here it is. It's
salt.
right here.
Okay, you
The,
got it.
the Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union was an agreement among the 13 original states of the United States of America that served as its first constitution.
Mm-hmm.
It was approved after much debate between July 1776 and November 1777. Now that's crazy because in December 20th, 1777, the next month, Sidi Muhammad bin Abdullah made sent a diplomatic invitation to the so-called United States. Now, when
Mm-hmm.
I say United States, understand how wicked this is about to get, because we're not dealing with the Articles of Confederation, so we understand even what the United States is compared to the United States of America,
Yeah.
right? So Articles of Confederation from 1777, Article 1, the style of this confederacy shall be the United States of America.
Because
Article
they just now styling it to be United States of America.
so we got to look at the differentiation between the two. One is the United States of America, one is the United States. And this is
Mm-hmm.
the Articles of Confederation, the perpetual union between the Confederacy and the Union. This gets crazy because once we understand what the Confederacy is, it puts more perspective into this.
Yeah.
Confederacies were the so-called different indigenous groups that would set up their governments. They were called confederacies. You can find that in Guyana-Shagwa. The Roanoke women issued 5 different titles out to the Confederate, or they were called the Confederated Lordship titles.
Mm-hmm.
Confederated. So they were given to the Confederacy 5
Right.
different titles.
Mm.
We'll get to that. But
Which we
uh,
already know.
Article 2 of this Articles of Confederation says each state retains its sovereignty. Go back, state. When we understand how Noble Drew Ali formed a state, and he's saying there's a constitution before the constitution that has the 14th and 15th Amendment. There's no need. This second article is recognizing states retaining their sovereignty and freedom and independence. And
Mm-hmm.
every power, jurisdiction, and right, which is not by this confederation, expressly delegated to the United States in Congress assembled. So if Noble Drew Ali put something on the record that showed that his people or his citizens were going to proclaim their nationality, he's showing you he has a government outside of their relationship of
Yeah.
so-called government,
Of
because
them. Right.
corporation.
Right. And this before they just really went into bankruptcy like that too. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because and then I'm gonna add off with this too, with more of the treaty. It said was no action was taken either by Congress or the Sultan for over 2 years. The Americans, preoccupied with the war against Great Britain, directed their diplomacy at securing arms, money, military support, and recognition from France, Spain, and the Netherlands, and eventually sought peace with England. Moreover, Sultan Sidi Muhammad and more pressing concerns and focused on his relations with the European powers, modern European powers, especially Spain and Britain, over the questions of Gibraltar from 1778 to 1782. Well, just say European powers, but I don't even think that Europeans was free. The modern ones were, or the Cretans. So they said European powers, especially Spain and Britain, over the questions of Gibraltar from 1778 to 1782. The Moroccan leader also turned to domestic difficulties resulting from drought and famine and unpopular food tax, food shortages and inflation of food prices, trade problems, and a disgruntled military. The American commissioners in Paris, John Adams, Jay, and Franklin, urged Congress in September 1783 to take some action in negotiating a treaty with Morocco. The Emperor of Morocco has manifested a very friendly disposition towards us, they wrote. He expects and is ready to receive a minister from us, and as he may be succeeded by a prince differently disposed, a treaty with him may be of importance. Our trade to the Mediterranean will not be inconsiderable, and the friendship of Morocco, Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli may become very interesting in case the Russians should succeed in their endeavors to navigate freely into it by Constantinople. Congress finally acted in the spring of 1784. On May 7th, Congress authorized its ministers in Paris, Franklin, Jay, and Adams, to conclude treaties of amity and commerce with Russia, Austria, Persia, Denmark, Saxony, Hamburg, Great Britain, Spain, Portugal, Genoa, Tuscany, Rome, Naples, Venice, Sardinia, and the Ottoman as Porte, as well as the Barbary states of Morocco, Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli. The treaties with the Barbary states were to be in force for 10 years no or longer. The commissioners were instructed to inform the Sultan of Morocco of the great satisfaction with Congress feels from the amicable deposition he has shown towards these states. There were acts to state that the occupations of the war and distance of our situation have prevented our meeting his friendship so early as we wished. A few days later, commissions were given to the three men to negotiate the treaties. Continued delays by American officials exasperated the Sultan and prompted him to take more drastic action to gain their attention. On October 11, 1784, the Moroccans captured the American merchant ship Betsy. After the ship and crew were taken to Tangier, he announced that he would release the men, ship, and cargo once a treaty with the United States was concluded. Accordingly, preparation for negotiations with Morocco began in 1785 on March 1st. Congress authorized the commissioners to delegate to some suitable agent the authority to negotiate treaties with the Barbary states. The agent was required to follow the commissioners' instructions and to submit the negotiated treaty to them for approval. Congress also empowered the commissioners to spend a maximum of 80,000 dollars to conclude treaties with these states. Franklin left Paris on July 12, 1785, to return to the United States. 3 days after the Sultan released the Betsy and its crew, Thomas Jefferson became minister to France, and thereafter, negotiations were conducted by Adams in London and Jefferson in Paris. On October 11, 1785, the commissioners appointed Thomas Barclay, American consul in Paris, to negotiate treaties with Morocco. Negotiated treaty with
Oh, yeah, I was
Morocco
about to say you got extra low one.
on the basis of a draft treaty drawn up by the commissioners. That same day, the commissioners appointed Thomas Lamb as special agent to negotiate a treaty with Algiers. Barclay was given a maximum of $20,000 for the treaty and instructed to gather information concerning the commerce, ports, naval and land forces, languages, religion, and government, as well as evidence of Europeans attempting to obstruct American negotiations with the Barbary states. Barclay left Paris on January 15, 1786, and after several stops, including 21 2 months in Madrid, arrived in Marrakech on June 19, while the French offered some moral support to the United States in the negotiation with Morocco. It was the Spanish government that furnished substantial backing in the form of letters from the Spanish king and prime minister to the Sultan of Morocco. After cordial welcome, Barclay conducted the treaty negotiations in two audiences with Sadi Mohammed and Tahir Fanish, a leading Moroccan diplomat from a Morisco family in Sali, who headed the negotiation. The earlier proposals drawn up by the American commissioners in Paris became the basis for the treaty. While the emperor opposed several articles, the final form contained, in substance, all that the Americans requested. When asked about tribute, Barclay stated that he had to offer to His Majesty the friendship of the United States and to receive his in return to form a treaty with him on liberal and equal terms. But if any engagements for future presents or tributes were necessary, I must return without any treaty. The Moroccan leader accepted Barclay's declaration that the United States would offer friendship but no tribute for the treaty, and the question of presents or tribute was not raised again. Barclay accepted no favor except the ruler's promise to send letters to Constantinople, Tunisia, Tripoli, and Algiers, recommending there conclude treaties with the United States. Barclay and the Moroccans quickly reached agreement on the Treaty of Friendship and Amity. Also came, also called the Treaty of Marquette. It was sealed by the Emperor on June 23rd and arrived to Barclay to sign on June 28th. In addition, a separate ship sales agreement providing for the identification at sea of American and Moroccan vessels was signed at Marrakech on July 6, 1786, binding for 50 years. The treaty was signed by Thomas Jefferson at Paris on January 1st, 1787, and John Adams at London on January 25th, 1787, and was ratified by Congress on July 18, 1787. The negotiation of this treaty marked the beginning of diplomatic relations between the two countries, and it was the first treaty between any Arab, Muslim, or African state and the United States. Congress found the treaty with Morocco highly satisfactory and passed a note of thanks to Barclay and to Spain for help in the negotiations. Barclay had reported fully on the amicable negotiations and written that the King of Morocco had acted in a manner most gracious and condescending, and I really believe the American possesses as much of his respect and regard as does any Christian nation whatsoever. Barclay portrayed the king as a just man. According to this idea of justice, of great personal courage, liberal to a degree, a love of his people, stern and rigid in distributing justice, the Sultan sent a friendly letter to the President of Congress with a treaty and including another from Moorish Minister Sadi finished, which was highly com- complimentary of Barclay. So within that manner, we're looking at all these dates, and you have a minister, a Moorish minister, Sadi Fanish, which was highly complimentary to Barclay. So you have all these little countries right over here in one little landmass. You had France, right? You have what else?
Well, it was
So
like the main joint that I was looking at before it even got to the Treaty of Peace and Friendship is the Treaty of Amity and Commerce
yeah,
between the
Amity
United
and
States
Commerce.
and so-called France, because
Yeah,
this is a secret. This little thing here is a secret. Like it's hiding the relationship between the Moors. Remember, Sidi Muhammad in 1776 answering the Declaration of Independence. I mean, 1777
mm-hmm,
answering the Declaration of Independence in 1776. Then you
right,
have um, they start with their first constitution, 1777, right?
mm-hmm, yep.
Then the
Cause
next
see,
year they do the Amity and Commerce Treaty
right,
with France in February 6, 1778, right?
right,
The
yep,
crazy part about that year is that that's the same year that they signed the so-called Treaty of Fort Pitt
right.
or the Delaware Treaty.
Treaty, Delaware Treaty. That's what I'm saying. So all these treaties that was right around here, those was their own countries by their own states. You see what I'm saying? Which we'll get into that later. I'm gonna go ahead and continue reading. It guys, okay, now the United States established a consulate in Morocco, right, in 1797. President Washington had requested funds for this post in a message to Congress on March 2nd, 1795. And James Simpson, the U.S. consul at Gibraltar, who was appointed to this post, took up residence in Tangier for 2 years later. Sultan Sidi, Muhammad's successor, Sultan Moulay Suleiman, had recommended to Simpson the establishment of a consulate because he believed it would provide greater protection for American vessels. In 1821, the Moroccan leader gave the United States one of the most beautiful buildings in Tangier for its consular representative.
No, wait. How come the United States never gave the Moroccans a damn consulate?
Because they don't want us to have any type of negotiations when we come into ourselves. They want to keep us in Negro black colored statuses.
Nah, you missing what I'm saying. If they're authorizing the United States, like they gave the United States a consulate to do business, that
Right.
means that the United States was under them as far as it goes with, you know, being able to
Oh
do
yeah,
business.
yeah,
They were
yeah,
under
yeah,
them.
yeah. Yeah, they
So
was up under them, so they had to relinquish that counselor so they can
that
take
was always
on.
weird. Like you can't have
Yeah,
no council over the people who own the home or who are representing the home government. That would see
right,
we're not foreign. People keep
right.
thinking that because they created a corporation in 1956, did that make us, since we're saying we're Moors, oh, we come from North Africa? Like, no, we come from North
Mm-hmm,
America.
mm-hmm.
More predates Morocco. And what does that word even mean? What does the word Morocco mean? Oh, it's a more who is this? The Moorish Holy Temple of Science, North America. He's saying a lot. And go back and read. He said, our people doesn't know what it is and how it's structured. They know because they are enslaved they self in one every day. Okay. But have self-denial of their own government having. Okay, I don't know what he's trying to say. They same as how the government is the Vatican structured. Well, the Vatican set themselves up in 1930, just like the Nation of Islam. And
Mm-hmm.
the first dude who did it, what, a couple years before them, so happened to mysteriously just get murdered, just happenly just turn up like so-called murder. We already know there's no deathies in the ethers, but so-called, somehow he goes missing from the whole situation, and then the Vatican forms and the Nation of Islam starts with like 125 members,
Right.
125,000 members. How?
Mm-hmm.
How? People
Because
keep saying
because
that
he
they know
took
that.
he took more Science Temple members, which we already know Elijah Poole Bey is Elijah Muhammad.
Right. That's what I was trying to get into. Like the more Kent Powhatan was like people talking about these consulates, they not studied. That's what I was trying to get into. If
Mm-hmm.
they could never issue us a damn more, you got the damn you got the Black's Law Dictionary on you.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Look up consular court.
Okay, we're gonna look that joint up right quick.
Because I swear, if you got the fifth edition, it's sending you right to, man. You will understand why we are not, no, we can't, we ain't supposed to be no consular court.
Right.
With who? These corporations? People keep thinking these people is like actual government. They're corporations. How you deal with a corporation? Contracts.
Mm-hmm. Corporation. Okay, council.
Islam, more we know.
Yeah, I got council.
Consular court
No, I'm looking
or
for
councils.
council. I got council, counselor. Oh, count. Hold up.
I'll do it right now. They're playing games.
Okay, I got court here, but it's not letting me. I can't find counselor court though. Yeah. Let's see.
Because we gotta get into order, like literally where we are at in this present like day. It's not
Yeah.
what people think it is. I swear it's not that. This whole temple stuff, oh my god. That's a
Yeah,
whole
they changed that. Yeah, they did that dirty. They changed into inks and 501Cs and all this, that, and the third.
So I know Morris know about CM Bay and his reference to AA 222141, but
Yeah.
no, not a lot of people know what the 222. I mean the 222, yeah, 141 is. You
Hmm.
talking about 22 USC chapter 2 subsection 141 to 143 is repealed. So if you look this up on Cornell, that's where I always look everything, all my law up on Cornell. You know what I mean? If you look up 22 USC, just 141 after that. I mean, it'll take you to the thing, but it'll be blank. You have to click on notes, and then when you hit notes, it'll show you what it was. Now, this is and then why would they hide this by repealing it, right? But still keep the effects of it in order. Watch this. Act August 1, 1956 repealed the sections 141 to 143 affected upon the date which President determined to be appropriate for the relinquishment of jurisdiction of the United States in Morocco.
Yep.
Jurisdiction of the United States in Morocco was relinquished by the memorandum of President Eisenhower, September 15th, 1956.
Yep.
Notice was given to Morocco on October 6th, 1956. That's when they were created. With the Morocco they talking about, this kingdom. And all pending cases dealing with so-called Moors over here were disposed of by 1960. So why
Yep.
would they want to bring a council of court back. Right here, related to the judicial authority, general ministers and councils of the United States in China, Siam, Turkey, Morocco, Muscat, Abyssinia, Persia, and territories formerly part of the Ottoman Empire, including Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
So, understanding the definition of nationality, you don't have to be from that place to have a nationality and a political status that mirrors the principles of these places. Because you want to know what the secret is? The Moorish from America, the indigenous from America, the aboriginals, the Tonkiners from America went out and set up all these places around the world. Ancient
Yep.
times ago, we left out from here and did it.
Yep. And
So to say
but
that,
they don't. But they don't understand it though. More, it's like like when we try to get them to understand that they don't get it. They keep falling to that narrative of a slave and these modern Europeans, these cretins that was Slavics themselves, took you and captured you and took you somewhere. So
but and in the United States laws, basically, so-called United States codes, sorry, chapter 2 is dealing with council of courts. That's why I
right,
wanted to read that. So if
yeah,
you're
I'm trying to
making a
find it in
council of
my Black's
courts,
Law
that's how that's going to
dictionary.
be recognized.
I'm trying to find it in my Black's Law dictionary, the fourth edition. I don't think I got the fifth.
We do more. The government going on is in your constitution, like the prophet said. All free nationals have a free national constitution. I mean, to
Mm-hmm.
determine themselves between the citizens and so-called free nationals and subjects to the United States. We have a divine constitution.
Yep.
We're supposed to be going by that. And if you want to
Yep.
rate us, don't rate us by their constitution, rate us by ours.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's supposed to be done.
Not theirs because theirs is adopted anyway.
Right. We know they're a corporation, so a corporation was set up in the form of a government, just like how they did.
Mm-hmm.
But the members inside of that corporation, the so-called citizens, must proclaim their nationality. You show me the law from the United States that requires these citizens to proclaim their nationality.
They don't have that.
Exactly.
All they have is a 14th and 15th Amendment clause,
From a
which
weird constitution.
which put you in a foreign would put you in a Negro status, and then they take on the sovereign power by their foreign status, which is immunity status or immunity clause. You see what I'm saying? Which
Right.
they put you in civil letter mortuus, which is no standing in law, and then they proceed to do whatever they want to do to you.
So we go back to when the prophet said this took place, these labels, and I'm dealing with the amnesty of commerce.
Well,
We're dealing with United States and France, so-called France, and 1778. So watch this. Watch this. This was signed February 6, 1778 in Paris, together with its sister agreement, the Treaty of Alliance, and a separate secret clause allowing Spain and other European nations to join the alliance. You know what's crazy about that?
tell me more.
Who was Britain going to war with? Who Britain had beef with?
Oh, the Indians.
Spain, the Indians, the Moors, all of that.
All that they
So
have
if there
beef
was a
with everybody.
secret, it was a secret clause including Spain. What is this Treaty of Alliance? This sister agreement, this Treaty of Alliance, right?
Yeah.
Because everybody know about the Treaty of Paris, but what's this, Treaty of Amnesty and Commerce and then the Treaty of Alliance?
Well, it's probably something that they put in effect after the fact.
We look up the Treaty of Alliance more. Same year, February 6, 1778, and it explains the Franco-American Alliance.
Yeah.
Now, this is the
Yeah.
funny part. If you
Because that's the
understand,
negotiations. That's what the negotiations with France, right? The Moroccan minister. Remember?
yeah,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
that's I'm trying to bring in why everything we keep saying these European nations and these Moroccan nations, but we're not seeing it from this place. Watch how
Right.
this works. Watch how it works. Treaty of Fort Pitt, right? Is the treaty
Mm-hmm.
with the Delaware. What year was that? 1778. Whoa, the same year. How is it on the same year? And then we know when we look up the Delaware codes, title 29, chapter 1, dealing with jurisdiction and sovereignty, go down to subsection 106. It says the Lenapes used to be called the Moors. Later,
Yeah.
so we know the Lenapes were the ones who had this treaty. It says, in case the Lenape, Delaware Indians, we already know. Delaware Moors. We already understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The key point is, how is there a treaty of alliance going on in the same year? More. Guess what they call the Treaty of Fort Pitt?
Um. Damn, you just said it, didn't you?
It said it was essentially the formal Treaty of Alliance.
Yeah, the formal Treaty of Alliance. Yeah.
So the Treaty of Fort Pitt is secretly, how they said they had the secret clause that allowed the Spanish. It's secretly the the Treaty of Fort Pitt is secretly the Treaty of Alliance, the sister treaty of the Franco-American Alliance, or the Amnesty of Commerce Treaty with United States and France.
States of France. Yeah.
And how can we prove that? Because when we look up the 7 Years' War, the French Indian War, the Guerre
Mm-hmm.
de la Conquête, the War of Conquest, this is showing you the belligerents is one on one side. You got Great Britain, British America, the
Right.
Iroquois Confederacy,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that's
Mm-hmm.
so more when they talking about Confederacy, they're not talking about the United States. They talking about the
No,
Iroquois, but the
the
Iroquois
Iroquois
comprised the
Confederation.
Cherokees, the what do you call them? Choctaw. It was everybody was in damn Iroquois. It was a confederacy. Like it was a whole
Confederacy.
bunch
Right.
of five different nations, five different
Oh,
titles. Remember,
yep. Now
Mohawk,
look,
Mohawk,
more. I found Council of Courts. Here you go, right here.
Oh,
It
but hold on,
says,
wait. Don't cut the jaw. Like I'm finish up real quick. But it says
okay.
on one side the belligerents is Great Britain, British America, Iroquois, the Wyandot, the Catawba, the Cherokee before 1758, and the Mingo, briefly.
Mm-hmm.
Then the other side more Kingdom of France, New France, the Wabanaki Confederacy, the Abenaki, the Mi'kmaq militia, the Algonquin, the Lenape.
Yeah.
So it
Those
shows
are the Berber. Those were the Barbary states that we read in the treaty.
you that these Moors or these Indian tribes or these Aboriginals were France. The
Mm-hmm.
Lenape were France. That's why they had the
Mm-hmm.
treaty. So
Mm.
that's a secret. They don't
Yep.
understand that like that. They're looking at it from a different way. So when we start breaking down Louisiana, La Louisiana, the
Mm-hmm.
New France is right up here.
Yep.
New Scotia. Talking about the
Yep.
Scottish.
They thinking that these people are Europeans that's making these treaties, when in actuality, that was our people making treaties with themselves because we was beefing at one particular point in time because we both in rule.
And I'm gonna yield
They
the
didn't.
floor right after this because this part is just it gets silly.
Right.
Why is this thing called the War Theater? More the 7 Years' War in America, the French Indian War, St. Lawrence, and the Mohawk Theater. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
the French and Indian War, Ohio Valley Theater, the French and Indian War, Atlantic Theater, theaters of 7 Years' War. What theaters?
Theaters. That means there's those were reenactments.
The secret to set up a fake war between all these people to subjugate the alliance between the Moors, Mar.
Mm-hmm. Because that makes total um good sense, because you have to think that you have to put up a narrative to keep you out of this consciousness, as far as this is your land. You've been taught this was your land and their land, what I mean, from a child. So, you'll have to look at those things too within the indoctrination that our people are just, going on. You know what I mean? So once you start researching and looking up certain things and looking at things from a certain perspective, then your mindset will get clearer, and then you'll be able to really piece
Marinate
together,
all day.
yeah, your story. But anyway, I have found that council of courts that you asked me to look up, and I'm gonna go ahead and
Oh, yeah,
interject.
we're gonna
If you,
tie in that the whole Liberian subjugation. These people,
yeah,
bro, they don't understand that like what they call in the so-called dark skin republic.
mm-hmm.
they went over to Liberia in 1787. Oh, Sierra Leone as well, and set up
Mm-hmm.
whole governments. I'm talking about the first 5 presidents of Liberia were all African Americans, so called.
Yeah,
Well, we can
so-called
call them what
Moors.
they are
They
because
were,
they went
they
to
were,
Africa.
yeah, they were all Moors. Which Africa, they don't get neither that it was something that Moors already set up to. You know
So
what I mean?
people don't understand the American colonization society and how mostly black people set up Africa. I'm talking about like
Hmm.
yesterday in the
Yesterday,
1900s.
yeah, but they don't want to get that. They'll say that. They'll say, "Yeah, man, our people built this motherfucker," but then they'll go right back and say, "Well, we slaves, and we came from Africa." And even though, we colonized Africa, we colonized everything. We was the first colonizers. Um,
Oh yeah, dang! I just thought of something. I just thought of something, bro. I just thought of
yeah,
something. This is
yeah.
crazy. I just thought of something. The way these people is trying to subjugate like different narratives to play off the false history. Hold on.
Hmm.
I gotta let it come to me because I just had it was just clear as day. Hold on, it's going to come back. Oh man, but yeah, no, you can continue because I gotta let it
You
marinate.
got to let it come back. Yeah. So, like I was saying though, too, as far as how we look at things in our perspective. You know what I mean? Once we look into our story, you know what I mean? And our story is a perspective that Moors have to be in tune with, you know what I mean? As far as your research, your studies, your meditations, you see what I'm saying? And spiritually, your spiritual breath, your uprightness. So you can get a clarification, you know what I mean, on this literature that the prophet left us. Because you have to use your common sense too. And the prophet said, now, um, it took you it's going to take you 50 years to figure out what I brought you. And if I tell you all at once, you'll fall back and go back to sleep. So, more's got to take that into account too. And, I had looked up the meaning of council of courts.
Oh, Camp Palatine just did it. He just yo, that's funny as hell. He like I plead the Sixth Amendment. I plead the Fifth Amendment. I plead the Fourth Amendment. Cool.
Mm,
We are now watch this.
mm-hmm.
Since you are remember that old show they came out with, or like last year or 2 years ago on Netflix called the 13th Amendment or the 13, where they was talking about the 13th Amendment put slavery on people.
Yeah,
Then
which
when
we
you
know.
when you look up the 13th Amendment with 20 sections, it tells in section 12 it says that the Africans, descendants of Africans, cannot be citizens. Right?
Mm-mm,
People
mm-hmm,
was trying to use that as the reason why we're not citizens. We're not
mm-hmm.
African. We never been
Right.
African. I
No,
dare anybody right now to go on their ancestry, look it up. Go ask your grandmom and go far back as you can. I got back to the 1700s with my family. I ain't find Africa yet. Ain't no damn Africa in there. Shit.
because
More,
Africa,
I predate Africa. My
yeah,
family predate Africa. Shit.
Africa is a new term
This shit
too,
just came
more
out.
like it just came out. So that's why
Islam
people
more.
got, yeah, people got to understand this. Like, when you understand
Let me
certain words and how they using words with spells, what I mean, if you're not a witch, that's the goddess. If you're not a wizard, that's the god. You see what I'm saying? Then you can understand how they use English and use spelling to enslave you too. And we have to put this in perspective too. We have a lot of our people that go to school and get these worthless educations, these are worthless doctrines, doctorates and stuff like that, hang them on the wall or whatever, and they're not using that education to further, better their community, further uplift their people. You see what I'm saying? They worry about going into somebody's job, job, what I mean, to initiate some type of Federal Reserve notes, and that's not anything that put yourself in frame of doing this type of work, because we have perfect examples like Umar Johnson's out there that's taking our people money, I guess, because he think he's entertaining the people now, and every time he get on um you know, his little his little platform. He asking people to donate and stuff like that. So it's just like it's they take our people for a joke. You know what I mean? They try to discredit our people, that's coming with real knowledge and facts. You know what I mean? By any way,
Right.
by any way they can. More. You
But
see what
Pete,
I'm saying?
Pete, we go back to the definition of nationality. It says nationality is issued by way of birth or naturalization. There's another place that says that in law, or no, in legal lease. Where
Hmm.
else is that said at? Where is it that said like anyone born in blankety blank or naturalized in blankety blank is heretofore subject of blankety blank? Where's that at?
Oh yeah, it's
Because it's
supposed.
because it sounds like nationality.
Yeah, it's nationality. That's
But
the
where do we
that's
find that at? Constitutional wise, look, we find
um
that in the 14th Amendment. Let me read it.
right.
Let me read it. Because they got a show out. They got a new show out with this damn Will Smith talking about some 14th. No, it's called Amend. What they talking about the 14th Amendment being, oh, this is what gave us equal rights. No, no, no.
No,
Let me
that's what
show you
enslaved you.
the
That's what
damn
enslaved you. The
14th Amendment.
14th and 15th Amendments are nothing but colorable brands.
Says 14th Amendment, Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the states wherein they reside. Now,
Mm.
now wait a minute, more.
Now, that's
How state is
distinctively saying where they reside.
what? Wait, more. You just got two nationalities. What just happened? Oh,
Right.
two subjugations. It says born and naturalized in the blankety blank United States, subject jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state.
Yep.
You're the citizen of the state and the United States. Both of
Hmm.
them got constitutions. So guess what?
Hmm.
Which one was first?
That's the question that they have to ask.
What was first? United States or the state? Because we just read it. We just read the original
they already,
Constitution, like Noble
they
Drew
already,
said.
yeah, they already know it's the state more.
Now, but with us, all members proclaim exactly more original 13th Amendment. Moore's is
Yeah.
on point in the chat. With us, with us, all members proclaim their nationality. So
Right.
therefore, we're not members of the state like that. We are faithful Moors that
Hmm.
rescues the American citizens and get them to help Noble Drew Ali, and it's uplifting because more of our people need to know that they're not Negro, Black, and color, because it's making it hard for people to understand, and it's making it like a glitch in the matrix where people want to be stuck on receiving benefits from the subjugation. And it's crazy because the usufruct subjugation called the United States Corporation is now cashing out and getting Bitcoined.
Right. And
They
now
cashing
trying
out
to
crypto. What's up?
right now they're trying to use crypto too to further rob you
Trying.
of your estate. You know what I
Trying.
mean? Yeah. Well,
Lord,
let's just say not trying.
they
They
offset
are. They
that
are.
ship in the Evergreen ship, the joint, and
Yeah.
that was Hillary's name when she was in the so-called subject. They call her Evergreen, but the
Right.
ship was called Evergreen, and that joint like it like blocked the whole the Suez Canal for like a month more. Guess what was on those ships?
You already know what was on the ships.
Uh-huh. Yeah, more. So we talking about these people cashing out with the crypto, get rid of their fiat that can tie shit back to them.
Hmm.
So you got ships filled with children coming across and blocking the Suez Canal, and before the ship blocked the canal, it formed a shape of a butt and a penis. I
Mm.
don't. Who the hell was the pilot? What are they trying to tell us? What are they trying to put right in your face?
That they got
That
all
people are
type
being
of
raped and
the
human
rape
trafficking is going
and
on through
human traffic
corporations?
and corporations are using our children and poisoning us at the same time. They're using pharmaceuticals. They're using everything they can use um to kill our people because they need to depopulate our people and steal a lot of assets. And you know the people got to understand too. Like that's why when we look at certain situations,
That got the
as
credit.
far as we stress about getting a nationality, is because that will put us in our political standing and put us in a better communion
Because
as far as a dual society.
I
You
don't
know what I
think people
mean?
get what was going on before we had a government. Something happened where these people said, "Oh, slavery," and then somehow we didn't have a government. We came from Africa. Oh, and then so
Mm-hmm.
we had to do the marching. Oh, we
Mm-hmm.
had to get ourselves up off our bootstraps because we went through the slavery. Oh, and then
Mm-hmm.
Jim Crow laws. Oh, and then we had to go through the 60s and the colorable acts. Oh, and then the civil rights. More, these
Mm-hmm.
are all political status moves.
Yep.
When
And
Noble
those
Drew Ali set
political,
up the political status in the 20s, now watch why. This is why it's important, and that we see it actually worked
right?
because he set up a political status group. More science. I mean, the Moorish Americans.
Mm-hmm. That's the
They were
nationality.
able to put a
People,
man
people,
in the Senate that was
right,
darker skin when they were being
right.
so-called racist to darker skin. He
But not
had
to
the
cut
man
your
up there in
wisdom
the Senate
more. But not to cut your wisdom
after the
more.
priest. Yeah.
Yeah, Oscar the priest. You see what I'm saying? So it's people got to look at this. You know what I mean? Just like you said, all these things going on. Moors couldn't vote. Negro, black, colored. They've been struggling, beaten, getting hanged. Dogs getting bit. Getting bit and sprayed by the dogs with Dr. Martin Luther King. Now this is what's back in when more. Tell us again what year this was when Morris was putting Morris in office. What year this was?
This was in when did they elect him? 1929. Did he get elected?
Yeah, I
Hold
think it
up,
was
hold up. Let me look him
1928.
up.
I think 1928. I think that was when they got him. Like,
Oscar de Priest. Because people don't understand. That's what I'm saying. It's not how is it a religion? What religion is getting people up in office?
I don't, I don't,
On
I
the
don't, I don't.
Republican side.
Right, but see, what they don't understand is that the Pope is putting the president in office. So what's he's the boss of the president. What they don't understand.
It said he was the Illinois' first congressional district from 1929 to 1935. And guess what
Okay.
happened, more? Guess who got him out of there or stopped the block votes?
J. Edgar Hoover.
The NOI, more.
The NOI, yeah,
34,
because
they're
yeah,
supposed to keep the vote going.
but
Look, in
that's
1934, the priest was defeated by Arthur W. Mitchell. They were
okay.
supposed to put him in. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, they already took over with J.
Because
Edgar Hoover. That's what I
they
was
wanted to
saying.
go back to being a religion instead of being a civic order.
Right.
The Nation of Islam, like we already had a nation.
Yeah, and they sold us
What
out.
is the
Really,
Nation of Islam? Like, what is the
yeah,
nation? Name it.
the nation where they talking about like the newspaper they got, the restaurants they have. The prophet had all that.
Yep.
Everything that the Nation of Islam is using as far as for their businesses and everything like that. They used to wear fezzes too, and all of a sudden they stopped wearing their fezzes. So it was a big sellout in between. I'm not saying everybody who's involved in the Nation of Islam. So we're gonna clarify that right now.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
more.
yeah,
Shem Bay said that Noble Drew Ali never went to the conference, the Pan American conference.
really? He's a liar.
That don't make sense because how else will we have this nationality that makes all this sense like this
Right.
as American
And
citizens once we come into our way?
right. But see,
That's
that's
what
what I
everybody had. That's
That's
what
that's what
everybody did.
that's what yeah, that but still though more like before Shil Malachi Bey was on the scene, the prophet was putting people in office. You
That's what
see
I'm
what I'm
saying.
saying?
That's what
And
I'm saying.
it's record of that. So what the hell is he talking about?
So
So
this
if
proves that the so-called blacks, the so-called Negroes, African Americans, they needed no longer to look for a status or a way to follow by way of a block vote. They could get people in office under the Moorish Science Temple. Now
mhm.
today we're in a whole new mindset. Let's deal with the Moorish Science Temple. Let me pull this document up real quick. I'm gonna show y'all who don't know. This is the Pennsylvania Department of State Corporation Bureau. Moorish Science Temple of America, comma Inc. The hell then we read already what the original one was.
Mm-hmm.
So watch this, Morris. The name under which the corporation currently holds a certificate of authority to do business within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is Moorish Science Temple of America Inc. Okay, that's weird.
Why is the ink on there now?
Yeah, weird. Now watch this,
Weird.
Morris. The name of the jurisdiction under the laws of which the corporation is incorporated is Springfield, Illinois. Whatever happened to Chicago?
Right. Why Springfield?
Springfield, Illinois. Okay. The address of his principal office under the laws of the jurisdiction in which it is incorporated is 2905 Fifth Street, Southeast Washington, D.C. What
Wow.
is that?
Wow.
A
So
corporate?
somebody did some treasonous actions because the last time I checked, Washington D.C. doesn't have many jurisdictional what we call that jurisdictional province. They only have like a 5 mile radius,
10.
So
10
well,
square
excuse
miles.
me. Yeah, I shorted them 5. They have a 10 mile radius. So who did that? Who,
Oh, I got his name right here. Hold on. I got
oh
his
yeah,
name right
please,
here.
please put that on the record, more.
Brother Joshua Brown Bay,
Oh man, he's a brown man. Damn.
Grand Governor and Divine Minister. Here we go with that Divine Minister shit.
Yeah.
Grand Governor of PA. Okay. All right, registering
Mm-hmm.
agent. All right. Okay. Next, let's go to the next one. Okay.
Right.
Now that was in 2013, right? Let's
Wow.
deal with this part. Application for a certificate of authority by a foreign nonprofit corporation. Why we gotta be foreign, bro? Why we gotta be foreign?
Because that's putting us out of our jurisdiction, and then it's putting out our inheritance. That's why.
It
If
says the name of the applicant corporation is the Moore sign. This nigga. Oh, sorry, guys.
excuse me,
This
that's dirty
dirty
more.
Moore
This dirty more.
wrote in the. It just says Moore Science Temple of America. Somebody wrote in the to make it different. Okay. Second, the name or of the state or county under which the laws, which the corporation is formed, and address of the principal office and state of the country is. Now, more before I even say it, what should it be? We got the one of the ones right here. I got the back of the
Yeah.
one right here. It says state of Illinois, Cook County.
Yeah, state
Right?
of Illinois, Cook County. That's what it
That's what
says.
it
Hold
says.
up. Let me make sure. I gotta get it. I had it in my hand.
Crazy Moors.
Do with it.
Let that color go. More that brown. You're moreno. If you say it in Spanish, brown is moreno. If you say
Yeah,
it in
Moreno.
Spanish, black is
Moreno.
negro. So stop being
Yeah.
negro, be moreno. Just something
Moreno.
right, at least. So, but we on point. State of Illinois, Cook County.
Okay, yeah, it says Moorish Science Temple of America. I don't see no ink. I don't see
Something's missing.
no I don't see no corporation nowhere, no ink. I don't see no 501c, but it says do solemnly swear that at the meeting of the members of Noble Drew Ali, Millie L, Smalls Bay, Lovett Bay, and Foreman Bay, the Moorish Science Temple of America, deriving its power and authority from the great Quran of Muhammad to propagate the faith and extend the learning and truth of the great prophet of Ali in America, to appoint and consecrate missionaries of the prophet and to establish the faith of Muhammad in America. And said Moorish Science Temple of America adopted as its corporate name the following Moorish Science Temple of America. It don't say ink. It don't say ink and none of that. It just say Moorish America.
Y'all
America
all right.
more.
Some Bobby shit. Y'all all right. Okay.
I'm just well, it's just this was all this 501c and all this ink, this Moorish American ink, and what the prophet didn't bring, and we are part and partial. They say instead of parcel, they say partial to the Czech government. So what are they talking about more? I just want to know. I'm just putting that out there for the record.
So there's things that are occurring here, like people didn't even peep what just happened in that part. It says, all right, but let's stick to it, because first of all, in that back of the 101s, it says Moorish Holy Temple of Science, held at Chicago in County of Cook. You skip
Right.
all the way to the bottom. It says, and the Moorish Holy Temple of Science adopted its corporate name, the following: Moorish Science Temple of America, no ink. So
No
Moorish
ink.
Holy Temple of Science, civics; the Moorish Science Temple of America, the religious side. Civic, religious, divine, corporate, divine, national. Deal with it. Anyway, it says Cooks County, Chicago. When we go back to this articles of incorporation, it says the name of the state or county under the laws of the corporation is formed: Illinois, 1104 North Sedgwick Street, Chicago, Illinois. What about Cooks County? Why is it Illinois County, not Cooks County?
Because they're making a distinction.
They're doing dirty crap. They're not okay. That's not the original joint.
That's not the original one. That's what I'm saying.
Who signed? Who did this? It's gonna blow your mind.
Guess well, not really, but you can go ahead and tell me.
More. 1944. Yeah, Charles Kirkman Bay.
Yeah, I already knew
it. Yeah. So, okay.
Kirkman Bay.
30 more.
Old slime ball. Mr. Slime Ball.
So we got Philly on deck. We got this Dirty Moore. What's his name? Charles Kirkman. Right? Get him out the way. And I gotta put these people onto some other stuff, because people always make the claim, but I'ma bring it to the light for them.
Yeah.
Remember when we was talking about everything being set up as Moorish Science Temple Inc.?
Yep.
Let's go all the way down to foreign nonprofit corporation. Let's go all the way to the bottom. Attachment to the amended Certificate of Authority, Part 2, Section A, Purpose. The Moorish Science Temple of America, deriving its power and authority from the great Quran of Muhammad to propagate the faith and extend the learning and truth of the great prophet of Ali in America, to anoint, appoint, and consecrate missionaries of the prophet to establish the faith of Muhammad in America. Said corporation is organized exclusively for charitable, religious, educational, and scientific purposes, including for such purposes the making of distributions or organizations that qualify as exempt organizations under the Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code. So they're following the new way instead of doing what the prophet left for them
to do. Really?
Oh, okay. So it's 501c3. So you're receiving money from the states. Okay, so get that one out of here. Who is this? Brother Joshua Bay again.
Oh, man.
Pennsylvania crap. Philadelphia. Yeah. That's all I'm dealing with. No temples out here.
Yeah, and they get so emotional when we start pulling the wool, off the little wolf. It's not a sheep, it's a wolf.
Moorish Science Temple of America, Inc., 1970. Somebody signed as Noble Drew Ali, bro. Somebody signed as Drew Ali.
Man, that's just fraud. Yeah. Why they do this fraud? Why do they do it more?
These are Philadelphia Moors. Crazy.
Oh man.
So now we back to the 101s where everything makes sense. Moorish Holy Temple of Science, all that. Go over to what I got here. Oh, here we go. Now we could deal with what the prophet said, the statements that nobody likes to read that the prophet spoke. Y'all know about them, Jones?
Yeah.
They never read the unspoken prophecies that he spoke of.
Right.
Here's one more that they never read. Number 243. Brother J. Blakely Bay stated that the Holy Prophet said, "For I will take care of the South." Remember, get your people out the South, Morris, because that's where it's going to strike first. He said, "Don't even worry about that."
Right.
But you wouldn't know if you didn't know the later
Yeah, the later prophecies. Yeah.
What did he say about preachers and Masons? The prophet was quoted as saying, "Asiatic preachers and Masons will be the last to come home.
Yeah.
They will fight me tooth and claw, but cannot win." So if he's talking about preachers and Masons going against him and not wanting to come home.
He talking about Shil Malachi Bay, ain't
Hey, hey.
he?
Speaking against the prophet, you went back to where the prophet got found you at.
Yeah.
And what it
Turn in
says,
your turban, turn in your turban, turn in your pen, turn in your fez, and go back to the state where I found you at. But I forgot he don't wear his turban, he don't wear his fez, and I don't hardly see a pin on.
brother,
So, you know,
Edward
he
Millie Ill stated that the Holy Prophet told him, "You do what I tell you. Never mind what they say. I have given you law, Quran, and Constitution, and I
mm,
expect you to enforce my law and do what I say. Never mind what they say or do. They can do nothing but die." Another one.
right.
Brother Edward Millie Ill stated that the Prophet told him, "Children, there won't be but a few saved because you're not going to do what I tell you. You want your way, and your way you are going to have, but your way leads downward, children. So you better do like I tell you. If
Hmm.
you do like I tell you, there's a chance for you. If not, there's nothing for you but death."
And they don't understand that more. It's like they take what the prophets say and listen to what they hear. I don't know.
It says that Emilio stated, the prophet said, I have my number, and my work of redeeming you people is finished, and
Mm,
I must go now, or I cannot return. If I don't
right,
return, I can't deliver you. If
right,
I don't deliver you, then my coming is in vain. So he's everybody that he wanted to come and save, they were saved back then.
right,
There's no need for nobody else new. It was already done.
right,
So that's telling us that if you're born and you already attached to this, movement, and you understand it's not religion, all that stuff, you know how to read through all of that, then you're one of the few.
right.
They will take this movement down so low, it will
It
disappear
tear
from
you
the face
apart.
of the earth.
Hmm.
That's where we at now.
Yeah.
So we go on. I have to read you guys the latest news of Moorish effery, and this is dealing with the Chicago Temple. Cook County, more. This one says Cook County, state of Illinois, Office of the Secretary of State,
Mm.
right? Certificate
Hmm.
of dissolution of a domestic corporation, not for profit. Why am I reading this? Whereas it appears that the New Galilee Missionary Baptist Church, John Terrell Banks, 5001 South Wabash, being corporation. So they basically dissolution there, so dissolved. Guess who bought it?
Cool.
My man right here. It says brother Emmanuel Braswell Bay.
Bay. Yep. Emmanuel
Okay.
Broswell Bay.
So Braswell Bay, since January 5th, 2015, has converted the 5001
Temples.
South Wabash into a church called the
Hmm.
New Galilee Missionary Baptist Church. So
Church.
there
Yep.
is no more temple. How about
There's no
that?
more temple.
No
It's
more
it's
keys
it's
playing
it's
around. Ain't no
it's,
more temple. How about that?
it's a Baptist church y'all going to.
Mm,
That's
mm.
why that's why the Supreme Grand Council and all this, that, and the third don't do anything. That's why Rami L. Salam keep coming out here and talking crazy, talking about the Grand Supreme Council and they got some type of authority. But how they got some type of authority when they asserted they sold away their birthrights? That's exactly what we're talking about. And then we have to understand um
Yep. Right
they
down the
changed.
street from ours.
Yeah, they changed. It's the clandestine reconstruction of slave laws, for the United States. The
You the
Holy
holler now,
Prophets.
Morris. More ask them what's up. Well, why they I can print this joint out. Tell them why do they got this corporation, standing, why do you have filing as the New Galilee Baptist Missionary Church? Is that
Hmm.
are you changing the name? Are you telling the people that that's what it is still on the record? Because you didn't change it on the record, it's still there.
Yeah, because the 13th, 14th, and 15th Reconstruction Amendments, you see what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about. Because we don't need the 14th and 15th Amendment.
And I could put we could put the record on it right now. We already know there's congressional record. You can get it from on seal from the Library of Congress. It's called the 14th Amendment, tool for equal protection or usurpation.
Hmm.
Please, or 14th Amendment equal protection or tool for usurpation. Please
Hmm.
read that so you can know that in there it says that the 14th Amendment was never ratified.
Never,
Right here,
never ratified.
this one comes from Georgia. Joint resolution of the Georgia General Assembly regarding the 14th and 15th Amendment. What Georgia know
Hmm.
about? March 8th, 1957. Memorial Congress, 14th and 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution to be declared void. Right? So if we
Yep.
know in the 14th Amendment, that's what they're using to give people a so-called nationality to a federal government and the state. If that's void, there is no state nationality and government.
Now the
You better
government.
have your own.
Yep.
Moore's
Eh,
already had theirs, so we don't got nothing to worry about. This
right.
right here, though, is going to F a lot of people up because
Mm.
they have contracts with these people that are claiming that they're private citizens. The United States is a so-called private citizen if you look at the commercial law,
Right.
because corporations can be looked at as persons, private
Hmm.
persons.
Private persons. That's
So,
why. That's why they need you to be up under the same chattel property as them.
because the dead has to deal with the dead. Living
Right.
can't deal with the dead, so they gotta make you a dead entity to deal with their dead entity, the United States joint
Corporation.
joint stock trust.
Hmm.
So if we understand that their thing that they're using to make people citizens of them is null and void, well, more. How are you using any of their provisions like taxes or any of that if you're not a citizen? None of that works. It could be
Right.
sealed on in law. You could get these documents under seal and throw that in the record. They can
Right.
never. They can, therefore they can't make you a citizen. Force
No,
assimilation.
and they can't force you to be so or be that. You know what I mean? Because that's when nationality come into effect.
And know that you're not making an argument. You're not debating them. You're not denying anything. You're literally showing them what they said.
Hmm.
This is on record.
All you doing is confirming their constitution, you know, and you're putting it out there and showing why these principles are obtaining to you. You see what I'm saying? So that's what Moors have to really understand about what you need to deem is good for your protections. And that's why the prophet said, take this and save yourself, then go uplift fallen humanity. Because once you get what he is saying, then you'll be able to spring into action and to get a real good grip on how to save yourself. And then once you learn how to save yourself, you can save others without being miscellaneous, you know what I mean? Or trying to say that you're Moroccan, Moorish Moroccan. You ever heard of that term? More, are you Moorish
Nah, these people
Moroccan?
they was trying to make something up.
Oh, really? That's because I was like, what? Moorish Moroccan? Why would you do something like that when the prophet already declared that you're more a Moorish American, a descendant of Moroccans, ancient Moroccans. So that you was here before the Moroccan kingdom that was set up in 1956. Oh,
All
so
day.
so the prophet already had prophecy that he knew that they would be using your flag and usurping your nationality. Oh, he knew that. Oh,
Oh. Hmm.
oh. So that's why he put it into a political standing. So you could exercise your political requirements and rights, which is a birthright, okay, to exercise and put yourself in a better standing. Oh, that's what the prophet was telling. Okay, more.
They'll never
Okay.
get it. And then when we talk about was Moors Indians, and how do Moors keep saying we Indians and all that stuff? First off, we deal with Georgia. They had a law back in 1818 or statute, sorry, dealing with the free people of color, free persons of color, sorry. And this thing said that if you're a free Indian or an American Indian or a free Moor or a Lascar or a Hindu, you're not under the same laws as uh, or disabilities as free persons of color, like not being able to vote, not being able to own a gun, not being able to own property. Boom. So
And
they include both people, and then we
people.
kick up another notch, and we go
Hmm.
into the annexation of Texas. That's the
Hmm.
best. That's
That's
that
the
one right
best.
there is
Yeah,
the
the
best way.
annexation of Texas. Yeah, that's the best.
Because for that to be there, how can you keep going on saying that Moors were never part of this and that if we have it on seal where it actually calls Moors and Indians Mauritanian races.
Hmm.
The only people they put you opposed to is Anglo-Saxons,
Hmm.
the English swordsmen. So that has nothing to do with you know Moors not being recognized or here. Another thing we get to, what tribes were calling themselves Moors. There's a book called The True Travels, Adventures, and Observations of Captain John Smith by E.A. Benaus. Right?
Yeah.
We got right here. There were a group of Moors called, or a group of Indians called the Morataukan. You ever
More
hear about the
talking.
Morataukans?
Yeah, more talking.
Moraughtacund, the Morataukan.
Hmm.
Oh, that's not that don't have more in it. This
Yep,
okay,
that's more talking's got more in it. Yes, it does. More talkings.
Morataukan. So, and then one of the people that they captured, his name was a Moralek.
More
Amorleck. A
A
Moralek?
Morley.
Okay.
What? I like that.
Okay. Well, let's just say they called him that. I got another book here called Carolina Genesis Beyond the Color Line, edited by Scott Winthrop. And Moors, we already know about this book, but this is for the Indians that keep saying Moors was never Indians. Moors, where y'all get that? Okay. Um, they're talking about black Seminoles and black everything. All right. So let's put it in the context. This
Hmm.
chapter on page 55 is called The Amoragorikakan Lineage of Sarah Junco, right? Let's
Hmm.
skip this first page because I want to get into some key points of what they're saying in this thing. She was called Grandma T. Oh, Mother Bella
Mother Bella. Okay.
or Mother Bell. This
Hmm.
starting to sound real, you know, close to home. This is how we talk. This is how we call our people, Mother Bella or Mother
Yeah.
Bell.
Or Mother Bell. Or
All right, so watch this. It says, trying to get to what the people. Oh, 2005 mitochondrial DNA analysis of Isabel's great grandson, present author, revealed that her maternal lineage was more complex than family lore suggested.
Mm.
DNA sequencing and subsequent research showed how not only that Isabella descended from the original inhabitants of the land and that Native Americans once referred to as Turtle Island. More startling, her distant lineage was from Sephardic Jews who were expelled from Spain in 1492. Right? Now
It's
it's
just
not.
Moors.
They say Sephardic Jews or Spanish-speaking Jews. We're gonna get into the context.
Hmm.
Fled to Mexico in 16th century. Fled the Inquisition by assimilating into local Native American tribes, the Chichi
Hmm.
Chichi Mecca. Okay, and we know how they look. And eventually migrated to the Northeast and finally to South Carolina.
Mm.
We're gonna nail this coffin door shut with the South Carolina stuff.
Yep.
So,
Because that's what it gets good.
says secret Jews of Spain. The mitochondrial DNA is L.
Yep.
That's funny for Morris since we saying title is L.
We
So that
L.
means the
Yep.
mitochondrial DNA or mitochondrial haplogroup is L. This talking
Right.
about the lineage of the so-called sub-Saharan African. And if you understand how we deal with DNA, you'd understand that sub-Saharan African is actually a subjugation of Aboriginal American.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna show y'all how. We're gonna show y'all how. East African, Egyptian, or Ethiopian, of course. They all say these names. The Kingdom of Saba, that would be the Ethiopian, so-called
Ethiopians,
um heritage.
Abyssinians. Yeah, the Abyssinians.
Right here, Southern Peninsula,
Mm-hmm.
Yemen. Now,
Yemen.
this is what it say her DNA is saying, but it's only because of how she appeared, how she looked. It right here, the author's own precise L2A mutations, then crossed the Mediterranean from Northwest Africa to Iberia during the Moorish conquest around 711,
Mm.
according to M. Paul Battalier. The Morisco gypsies of Spain were the Cushites of the ancient Egypto-Ethiopian Empire.
Yes,
More, they
you're
talking about
right.
America. They talking about
That's
America right
America.
now.
Tamuri, Osteli. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only way this shit can make sense. Because if you
Mm-hmm.
put over there Africa, that's something else. Because we was the ones who went over there and populated that place. So how could you, whatever? So
Yeah. I want to read this too. I want to interject with this right here from Dogs of God, right? And it says right here in the
I got it.
digital carvings, these rooms became the wonder of the world. Most stunning of all was the courtyard of the lions, whose oriental feel was more reminiscent of Japan than the Middle East, and whose vision was to replicate the Garden of Paradise. For all its might and intelligence, creativity, and tolerance, the kingdom of the Moors had been steadily shrinking since the beginning of the second millennium of Christ. The reconquest of Spain by the Christians had pushed south slowly but relentlessly at the beginning of the 15th century. The Moorish state was in twilight, reduced to the humiliation of vassalage, enduring only at the sufferance of the Castilian kings, whose might increased year by year. The question was only who would finish the job and when. The answer was the Catholic sovereigns, Ferdinand and Isabella, to their triumph over the Moors in the apocalypse of 1492. If the 13th century in Spain represents the apogee of tolerance and cross fertilization between three great religions of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, the seeds of later trouble were sown during the same period, for it was earlier in that century that the institution of the Inquisition was established in earnest. The problem of wayward belief had beveiled the Christian church since its earliest days, and yet very early on, the attitude toward heretical views was one of forgiveness, tolerance, and extortion. Christ himself had set the tone in an interchange with the apostle Peter, when Peter asked the Savior, as recounted in Matthew 18:21, how many times he should forgive one who sinned against him. I say not unto thee, until 7 times. Jesus replied, but until 70 times 7. And later, St. Paul addressed the question of heresy in his instructions to Titus, the bishop of Crete, the apostle of Paul, to Titus 1:10, vain talkers and deceivers polluted the company of true believers, Paul wrote, and the purveyors of Jewish fables were among them. Reject the man who is a heretic after the first and second ammonement, emotion, knowing that he who is so subverted and sinneth condemneth himself. 311, there was no mention of punishment. This stance of cessation, domination, and reconciliation lasted until the 4th century when the doctrine of the early church faced its first major challenge with the Manichaean heresy. The Manichaeans, the world was essentially evil, but through effort and discipline, the individual could achieve perfection. They believed in Christ but denied the holy sacraments. They rejected the authority of the Pope and replaced him with their own high priest to deal with the departure from official doctrine. The church moved from persuasion to excommunication to confiscation of property and finally to corporal punishment for the heretic. The administration of physical pain, however, was turned over to secular authority. In AD 382, the Emperor of Theodosius decreed that Manchurian heretics should be put to death and their prosperity seized. In the 17th century, in Spain, the concept of heresy was extended to Jews when a Spanish Visigoth king ordered that Jewish heretics should be threatened with fear into returning to the church, and if they did not buckle under their children should be seized. In the 11th century, Manchurian heretics were burned in France, but it was during the early part of the 13th century with the arrival of Saint Dominic that the treatment of heresy reached a new level of vengeance. Domingo de Guzman hauled from minor Spanish nobility, distinctly related to the great house of Guzman in central Castile, educated at the University of Palsenia. He took the religious calling seriously, twice attempted to sell himself into slavery to pay for the liberation of Christian captives in Moorish lands. In 1202, as a deputy to the Bishop of Osma, Dominic was sent on a diplomatic mission to Toulouse, where to his horror he witnessed the provisions of the Al Benesteri heresy, by Genesis heresy. In part, the Albigenses were reacting to the depravity and what the hell is that? Extravagance of the Catholic priesthood in southern France, called Neo-Manchurian. The Albigenses, like their predecessors from the 4th century, saw the world as gripped in an internal struggle between the forces of good and evil. That's just a little. That's just a little bit of from Dogs of God. Dogs of God, the Columbus, the Inquisition, and the defeat of the Moors.
So if we looking at the defeat of the Moors, and that's basically, most of this is talking about Africa, right? People
Mm-hmm.
don't understand the so-called Moorish connection to America.
Right.
Like we go into the different names, like in the same book. I went over to name another Indian tribe that were basically Moors. Their
Mm-hmm.
ancestral family name was Amora. Traditionally holds that the Amoraim, plural of Amora, were an ancient Sephardic rabbinical order tasked with preserving and interpreting the oral law from around 200 to 500 AD. Some suggest that the name originally referred to the family's dark skin. They were scribes, guardians of the sacred text. They safeguarded the scrolls, usually often recorded on papyrus made from reed. Around 1569, the religious persecution that drove the Marranos from Spain caught up with the Amorim in New
Mm.
Spain, which is New,
Mm.
America. Spanish
America.
colonists placed the refugees under missionaries' control and mandatory forced labor at the Pachuco and Tapico mines. They don't call
Mm-mm.
that slavery, though. They don't include that in slavery. How come we never
Mm-mm.
heard about that? Forced labor, and they don't call it slavery; they call it forced labor, right?
Yep, forced labor.
Forced labor at the mines resulted in thousands of deaths from severe and inhumane working conditions for the male descendants of the Mazada Sephardic Jews.
The same thing they got going on now, right here in the territory of Morocco, which they call the United States of America. They got all the indigenous Aboriginal
And,
people locked up in these prison to pipeline pipeline to prison facilities, unhumanely locking people up for a little bit of nothing. Now, I can see you doing heinous crimes and stuff. Yeah, need to be punished as far as that. But as far as locking people up for little bullshit, you know what I mean, like destroying families, um, especially for cannabis, stuff like that. Little misdemeanor things that, you know, because once you have a felony on your record, however the situation is, they try to make it hard for certain individuals, what I mean, that's still in the system, which is set up to really help them out because you're not a part of their system. You're not even a party to going into their court systems and their venues. Because every time you go into their court systems or into their venues, you get set up by barristers, okay, propagating against you and your assets as far as your straw man and whatever that's in whatever that's gonna get them to steal or rob from you in a suit or however the situation is because they want to have you up under their jurisdiction. That's why a lot of this stuff is taking place. That's why you see a lot of people being murdered and killed in the streets. That's why you see a lot of Masons, functioning the way they're doing because they're becoming a party to the fraud so they can work and do whatever they want to do as far as, their rights have to do with it, you know.
yeah,
But they only operating in, like you said, in the 14th or 15th Amendment as agents or as chattel property, you know.
oh yeah. No, let me finish this part though. It was saying the women of this of the so-called subject the religious subjugation from Spain and New Spain, uh they fled from the Chichi Mecca. I mean, they fled to the local towns of the Chichi Mecca, the women. So when
Hmm.
the Mozambique Jews was being prosecuted, the women fled to the Chichi Mecca Indians. They intermarried into the tribe, transmitting their Marrano traditions along with their L2A DNA mutations. They changed their surnames to hide Jewish ancestry and took on the names of plants, trees such as aloe vera and perea, etc. The author's family name took the name Junco, the reed plant, reflecting their
Hmm.
scroll uh, guarding tradition. Their
Right,
mixed blood offspring became the Ladino Chichimeca. And when they got a picture of the Ladino Chichimeca, everybody dark skin as hell.
right.
And because there's more names of these Indians that we going through. And it say here, the Ladino Chichimeca were described by the Indian, I'm sorry, described by the English missionary priest visiting Mexico City around 1645. He wrote, "Nay, a blackamoor or tawny young maid and slave will make hard shift, but she will be in fashion. The attire of this base is a sort of blackamoors and mulatto, which is the mixture of the Spanish and blackamoor, the mulatto, is
Hmm.
so light and their carriage so enticing that many Spaniards of best sort disdain their wives for them." So they talking about how beautiful the dark skinned Chichimeca woman was.
Right.
Their bare black and tawny breasts were covered with bobs and their chains and pearls.
Mm. So they
So
was just real enticing for them. Like they just disregard their wives. Like, forget you. You got a flat booty anyway. I want to go over here with this more vitus is looking real scrumptious and chocolatey.
and,
You
and
know.
the crazy part is like how the family migrated from Mexico to New England, thence to South Carolina will be explained momentarily. But first, an explanation of the term or Moragori Kakin.
Mm.
So it's crazy Because when you understand South Carolina, they're making it seem like this whole you know, Moorish ancestry is new. But I can prove that it started in America and went over to Africa. If you know, you got to know about this Moor named Albert Perry. Study Albert Perry, the Albert Perry gene. If you type in
Mm.
Albert Perry gene, there's a new scientist article at newscientist.com, and it says the father of all men is 340,000 years old. This is about to blow y'all away. It said Albert Perry carried a secret in his DNA, a Y chromosome so distinctive that it reveals new information about the origin of our species. It shows that the last common male ancestor down the paternal line of our species is twice as old as we thought. One of the possible explanations is that hundreds of thousands of years ago, when modern and archaic humans in Central Africa interbred. See, let's leave the Africa because why? Perry, recently deceased, was an African American who lived in South Carolina. Oh, the same place where this whole Junco ancestry is dealing with. And in South Carolina, they have an early appearance of a name, Amorogori Kaken,
Yeah.
that was called by the Spanish the Amar Carisi.
A Marcarisi. Okay.
They were talking. They used this name to define the Yamasi town located
Yamas.
in the Temuco province. We know about the Temuco, they call it the Canaanites.
Mm-hmm.
But Swanson applied the name Amakarisi as the original name of the Yamacraw. So
Yep.
take the Y off of Yamacraw, you got Amacraw.
I'm a crow. Right.
The abbreviated form of the name Yamasi appeared in South Carolina records as Amasi.
Yamas.
So, okay. So we see that in records of South Carolina, they understand about the Amorogori Conkins, the Americarisi, and all that. And then when you deal with the new information that they found out, it gets even crazier. So the compound prefix of Amorogari and Amorikari are similar. Amor and Ama from the of Spanish denotes beloved, probably derived from Sephardic Amor, and Gari or Gali denotes people in the Muskogean language family. And
Muskogean language family.
exactly, Amoragari and Amakari of bilingual etymology is roughly translated as the beloved people. Okay,
Beloved.
that sounds like
Beloved.
Philadelphia.
Just like, yeah, just like the brotherly love, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a
Beloved.
connection.
And yeah, and then like Moreno
Yep,
or Morena,
yep.
beloved, you know what I mean? So
So he said after the Yamasi War in 1715, it mentions the Yamasi as the Amacarayo.
the
Amakario.
Amacarado,
So Amakario. So
Amacari,
Amakario.
Amacario.
Amecario. Amakario or
Yeah, they are
Amacareo
Amacareo. Okay.
on the Wastabo known as the Savannah River.
Savannah River.
Yamiskaron, a
Mm-hmm.
variant of Yamasi, was given by Francisco de Chicora since circa 1721. It's funny his name Chicora. Sound like the plant that we was dealing with.
All right.
So this is breaking down the whole understanding of the Moragori Konkin, and it says this explanation of the Moragori Konkin is more extensive than initially realized. The extra bulletin census of the 5 civilized tribes, published by the Department of the Interior and the Census Department of Washington, D.C. since 1894, acknowledges the existence of 19 tribes in South Carolina claimed by the Creek Nation, a Muskogean confederation, that at one time inhabited at least half of the state. So the Yamasi or Jamasi, also referred to as the Moragori Kaken, and the Amarkarisi or the Americareo, were listed among the 19 tribes more as
Mm-hmm.
being of dark complexion, found
You're right.
widely scattered among the inhabitants of North and South America. More, what are
Erica.
they talking about?
So why they but they try to put this bull crap down like Morris wasn't running stuff and having then wasn't tribal or anything like that.
they were
Yeah.
supposed to be have been immigrants from Africa prior to the European discovery of America, whom
Right.
the Allion, that's a Spanish boy, persisted in slave hunting about Beaufort, South Carolina in 1520, having captured Francisco de Cora at the time at about this time. So
Mm-hmm.
Allion referred to the Yamasi or Jamasi as implied as the Amargarikakan, or as the
Morgan
Margarisi, or
Cocker
the Macario,
or the
as
McCarry.
Negroes being valued laborers while the Indians were deemed worthless. More?
Mm-hmm.
You hear what I'm saying? This
Yeah.
is saying that the Moor Agorikakan or the Moor Agorikakans, they were Negroes being valuable laborers while the Indians were deemed worthless.
Right.
Hmm. Hmm. Englishmen deemed the people of North Africa so dark to be called black, historically used Moor Negro almost interchangeably. The
Right.
point of that is we're showing how before that it was being used in America as denoting tribal lineage, which is nations.
Mm-hmm.
The color, that can play a part into it because everybody was dark skinned. But we show you right there. What was the date? 1894,
Mm.
where they include as one of the 19 tribes the Morgurikakan.
Yep.
So therefore, and now let's go back to Albert Perry, who's from South Carolina, because this is crazy. I'm tying this together. It's so crazy. Like when I'm thinking about it, the Y chromosome tree is much older than we thought. Oh, here's it. In fact, the Y chromosome was so distinct that in his male lineage, it probably separated from all others about 338,000 years ago.
Mm. So that's long, boy.
Oh, oh. So based off of how we look, they're saying, oh well, who else is dark skinned in the world? Africans. So they saying we Africans just based off of look.
Which is not a phenotype. African, what I mean, talking about a continent, what I mean, we're not talking about people. That's why when you're referring to African American, you're referring to two continents, what I mean? So that's why you have to be distinguished with a nationality as far as Moorish American.
So more, they say that Africans came over to this land 400 years ago, right?
Hmm.
And in this
Hmm.
document, they saying that the Y chromosome found in so-called African Americans from South Carolina, so all of us basically in
Hmm.
America today, that's calling that think they Negroes or niggas of America. Yeah,
Hmm.
we have a Y chromosome that predates every other culture by 338,000 years. Oh,
Yeah, so
oh
that
no,
that's
that ain't right.
so
We can't look at that as real, right? Because
no,
it say
that's real.
Africa.
No, that's real because you just got to think we are the first civilization people that started civilizations, and our lineage probably go further back than that. But
Oh yeah.
we're just saying, we're stating facts that's already on record. You know what I mean? So yeah, more that's absolutely right. That's what the prophet had brought too. And the 13th, 14th, and 15th amendments too. He was saying that that's for reconstruction. You know what I mean? And we have to take that into note too. So everything that we're putting out here is what the prophet had turned us on to, so we can navigate ourselves up out of this quasi jurisdictional province that the United States corporation is falsifying and bringing us into adhesion contracts. You know what I mean? And you really using us as chattel property, which we are labeling ourselves Negro, colored, African American, which we already know Jesse Jackson. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Brought that brought that term into play. So when our people is gonna, what I mean, shake, some of this bull crap that is being, projected to them on a daily basis, what I mean, which is nothing but lies. And they have to come up out of that so they can be really you know I could say more in tune with what's really going on, and being astute and learning about your nationality, because that's your birthright, and you have to take it into initiative of what you're going to do with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like,
If you don't care about something, that's just like, for instance, I have a sweater, you know what I mean, and I don't like it, you know what I mean, and I just got to sit in my closet or whatever, and you come and you like, man, give me that sweater, and you do something with it. You see what I'm saying? So that's the same thing with nationality. You know what I mean? It's like, it's either you gonna do something with it, use it, wear it, you know what I mean, or you're just gonna let it sit down and you're not gonna use it. You're not gonna put it into no um effect. It's the same thing. It's the same concept. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, oh more, and it's an we got another John too. We can see we could deal with this like all day. There's another
Right.
thing that we could deal with, showing that we was in Americas way before time immemorial, called the Duffy null allele, or the Duffy negative antigen,
Hmm.
which is evidence of what they say a natural selection, that we were ingesting what they call the, let me get the name of it right. Hold up. What they call the cinchona tree from Peruvian bark.
Hmm.
We were dealing with that and ingesting it for so long that we were naturally immune to uh, malaria from the Plasmodium vivax um,
Oh, the
mosquito.
mosquito bites. Right.
Yeah. So um, basically, we all got that. Like, all you never been bit by no mosquito, don't got no malaria,
Mm-mm.
and you don't have
But
sickle cell anemia.
no.
So that shows it. Where's the fact right here? In 1955, the so-called African Americans found to be resistant to the Plasmodium vivax malaria via a paper titled "The Experimental Testing of the Immunity of Negroes to Plasmodium vivax." Not Africans, Negroes.
Hmm.
So
Negroes,
these
so-called
so-called
Negroes.
Negroes were Americans.
Hmm.
The first paragraph in the paper states one of the first observations made after the laboratory was established in 1931 was that American Negroes are relatively insusceptible to Plasmodium vivax. That's
Hmm.
why we're not African.
Yep.
Because
And
even though some Africans do show the trait, they cannot prove that they do not come from America, Maury.
America. Yeah.
They don't
That's
have
why.
descendancy that goes back to the AOO gene, which we left America, so-called, and went to Cameroon. And that's what populated Africa from that, one of the
Right.
out
From
of America
Cameroon. Right.
genes.
From
Yeah.
Cameroon.
So then, if it goes back all the way 335,000 years, then they can't talk about any of this, like us coming from them. That don't make sense. Right here, if Plasmodium vivax malaria was resistance was born in Africa, scientists would have to be studying Africans for resistance to Plasmodium vivax malaria, not Americans.
Not
In
Americans.
my in my dissenting opinion, because this is from my DNA descent form I'm reading, so this
Okay.
is on the record for my shit.
Okay. Hmm.
In my dissenting opinion, the resistance to Plasmodium vivax malaria was born in the Americas and American Aborigines, not Africa, not Africans. Come on.
Yep.
So
That's just what we're trying to prove, and these people need to wake up and really understand what you're telling them. You see, that's the whole point. Are they going to catch what we're putting out here? You know what I mean? Are they going to get it? You see.
this allele, it's called the C allele. Um, long form, it's a SNAP, or single nucleotide polymorphism. Here we go. The SNAP, RS2814778, C allele, Duffy null allele. You know what I mean? Has
Hmm.
been recorded to be so much higher amongst some Africans, but not isolated to only Africans. That higher in some Africans, they talk about them African Americans, but we're not African. It's the whole
Right.
crazy part. The CLL found in so-called African Americans should be considered and reviewed as a natural selection in situ and not
Hmm.
evidence of a sub-Saharan African integration. So we got ours from a natural selection in that Sakona tree, not
Hmm.
from them coming over and mixing with us.
Right. Because that's not That's the other way around. You see what I'm saying? We've been
Yep.
here.
Yep. There have been reports that the Duffy Null allele is under strong selection amongst the sub-Saharan African, but less so amongst other populations. And so a strong positive selection for one population, but not another, whilst experiencing the same environmental pressures, is evidenced in a link between a sub-Saharan African ancestry and the Duffy Null ancestry. The impact of that conclusion is over assigning of the sub-Saharan African ancestry by direct to customer genetic testing companies, particularly based on the RS2814778 CLL,
Mm,
American Indigenous. What did he say by AIM? Uh, Aboriginal identity marker is an AIM, right?
yeah, yeah.
So that CLL is used as our thing to show that being natural in us shows that we didn't get that from no Africans or mixing with them. And the way they're keeping Africa in the mix is through these DNA testing companies like
Mm-hmm.
23andMe and
Being
Ancestry.
right.
Why would I
Which
have a paper that shows that if I'm using that as all my evidence that, oh yeah, that my DNA test is showing that I'm American? Nah.
that's
It's somebody, we're using that evidence and disputing it to show that I'm American.
right because they're using falsified evidence and really commercially chartered corporational what they would call um certificates
Mm-hmm.
of of chattel property. You know what I mean? Because you wouldn't want to go to somewhere to get a certificate. That's just like getting a license and all of it, all of that is like giving away your rights. You know what I mean? Because you're coming up under a jurisdiction that's not um giving you your full birthrights. They're giving you privileges when you're supposed to have birthrights. So that's what's entailing what's going on right now with our people because of the things that the corporation has set up for our people to do commerce and be a party to commerce, a minority in commerce here that is up underneath this banner that they call a flag. Our people call a flag, which is not a flag, it's a ominous and comity banner. So within that, what was the de jure flag? It was the Moroccan flag. You see what I'm saying? It was the prophet when it got in
And
the
if
Havana Convention.
they need to look up what the flag of America was at the time of the first Constitution.
Hmm.
It's the all red background with
Cedar tree.
the so-called, the cedar tree.
Yeah.
And then at first they put up the British banner to represent um them letting all the people come from Canada down into, because that was Britain at the time, come down
Hmm.
into the so-called colonies of the
Right.
eastern states.
Right.
These
Because
people.
because these people don't understand that everything has been reaffirmed and re proportioned and all the jurisdictional like longitude, latitude, and stuff like that was changed. Everybody, you know what I mean, is looking at certain things from a perspective that the Europe, the modern European had set up for us to go into, just like, Brown versus Board of Education, you know what I mean, and certain things was put in place for us to be taught a certain way because we had to understand Moors had their own institutions, schools, just like um, the Cretans had their own institutions of school.
every day, man. Like it's crazy. So
Yeah, so we have to look at that too. People got to understand, like, look at what's really been taken away from you as far as the information and what's been hidden to keep you in the mind frame that you are in. You know what I mean? Because that's the main point. The main point is that this is not being taught to you in school, and the main point is that you didn't even know who the prophet was until a Moor said something about it, or what I mean, you found it, yeah, from a Moor said something about it. Other than that, what I mean, I haven't learned about the prophet in school or anything like that. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
no, they don't go into the prophet at all. Like
They don't
that,
want to talk about
that's
him. They hide him. So why is the prophet so important? Because he's the individual that came divinely prepared by Allah to give you your nationality and birthright and to put you in a proper standing, which is a political standing, which is the keys to everything. Once you understand your political position and what your nationality tells, you see,
and
because go ahead, boy.
I was about to say, it's crazy because like you look up the Sheikh Maxon Treaty or whatever, and it talks about it took place at the place of the eels. So like in Philadelphia, we had a place of eels, the place of the eels, and when we call ourselves L but pronounce eel, y'all don't understand it's a title. If it's is that's they actually have a place in Sheikh Maxon called the place of the eels. That's what Sheikh
Mm-hmm.
Maxon is, the place of the eels.
Praise to the ills,
So oh, what about the Indian cause the Indian um Muhammad Wayanoman?
Yeah, let's talk about him more.
Muhammad Wayanoman. Wait, why Yanoma? Because it's like you got to type his name in exactly as it is, or he won't pop up. Obvious, like secret stuff going on. Dang. All right, Muhammad. What was he? What was he? Unka's lineage. Mohegan. Wait, is it in here? Please be in here because he wasn't Mohegan.
Mm-hmm.
That way I could just click his name because they
Right.
always
He was the last of the Mohegans.
remember that movie. Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Mohegan, Moacan, Mohawken, and I'm like, wait a minute, that sounds a little like. But you say that to anybody, it sound oh, you reaching, bro? Oh, we wasn't that okay. We
Yeah,
can
that's
show. We can show. I really realize it. You can show people anything, and it's not gonna. You can show them Indian running around in the feds calling itself, and it's not gonna work. It ain't none of it because these people is just stuck on what they're trying to do.
right.
Because I'm trying to find this dude. Dang. Spelling his name is killing me. Wait, Muhammad. Why? Young. No. Is that it? Muhammad. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh, got him. All right. Muhammad Wayanoman was a Native American tribal chieftain or Secum. Let's look up what the word Secum means, more.
Mm-hmm.
You
Second one.
playing a game with me. Secum. Secum. Secums and Sagamores were paramount
Mm-hmm.
chiefs among the Algonquins and other Native American tribes. Why was they called Sagamores?
Because they were Moors.
Oh no, no more. We doing too much. The Spanish did it. Do you want slavery? No, you did it. You were more. It's okay. You're
Yeah.
not from Africa. It was
Right.
here first. That's what we're trying to
Right.
show y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Muhammad Wayanoman was the Native American tribal chieftain or Secum of the Mohegan tribe of Connecticut who traveled to England 1735 to petition King George for better treatment of his people. Muhammad was the great grandson of Uncas, founder of the Mohican tribe. In 1735, Captain John Mason, a descendant of a settler who had been asked by Uncas to act as guardians and trustees over the Mohican land, engineered Muhammad's election to the position of Second or Sagamore in place of his great uncle Ben Uncas. Uncle
Ben
Ben.
Uncas. Uncle
Uncle
Ben.
Ben, more.
Mm-hmm.
His great uncle, Ben Uncas. So when you watch Spider-Man and you're like, Uncle Ben, this shit
Yeah.
is playing with you.
Right.
They are playing with you on a fucking spider's web.
Right.
Her web got these niggas thinking they Hebrew.
Right.
So Muhammad made the people believe that he would call a hill to him, and from the top of it, offer up his prayers for the observer of the law. The people assembled. Muhammad called the hill to come to him, and again, and when the hill stood still, he was never whit abashed, but said, if the hill will not come to Muhammad, Muhammad will go to the hill. That's called a Hajj.
Mm-hmm.
They talking about what prophet Muhammad? Which one? Talk to us. There's an Indian Muhammad.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. And then he spelled his name Mahomt. Muhammad.
Muhammad.
Like Baphomet.
Yeah, like Baphomet. Muhammad.
These scary Christians don't understand that the Baphomet was the Templars' way of worshiping the head of the Moor, the Moor's
Mm-hmm.
head,
Mm-hmm.
the head of the Turk.
The head of the
Later,
Turk.
the boar's
Mm-hmm.
head instead of the goat's head,
Mm-hmm.
because it's the brown animal that's supposed to be the Moor. Subjugation.
Mm-hmm.
But a way so they can worship it underground, and people just think it's the devil, but it's really the Moorish science.
Mm-hmm.
So
Which they are using, perversively, using rituals and stuff like that.
So what I found that was very interesting to me is the Johnson versus McIntosh case. Ah man, this one, come on, this one here is like, yo, dog, it can't be this. Like it's so plain, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it got me questioning. You know what? I'm not going to tell anybody what to do. If you feel like you have so-called land patent and that's what you need to get your land back, get the land patent to get your land back. My only question about the land patent is that with the um with the current status of this so-called corporation calling itself United States, how are they affecting giving away land patents and being the holder in due course of them, and then charging people money to receive them? Like,
That's fraud.
yeah, they are bankrupt ever since
Mm-hmm.
1933. So how can they even hold a damn land patent this de jure?
It's fraud.
Everything tied to the bankruptcy is everything that the United States is saying is part of their assets, all their
Mm-hmm.
trusted assets. We got to
Mm-hmm.
understand, like, what's in the United States trust. So,
Nothing but Moorish assets, like their original titles.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
All
And
that Indian land, as they call it, or Indian territory. See,
right.
what they're saying, one part of it is Aboriginal title removes United States land from that state subjugation and puts it outside the United States. That's cool. But when oh wait, what was the first Sean? It removes it out of the. Oh yeah, that's Aboriginal title. So
Mm-hmm.
if that's it can remove land out of the United States, but only by way of the United States removing the land as the trustees,
Right.
which is that's supposed to be their job. But we talking about land moving and shit like that. Shit, you ain't supposed to be able to touch on the um the landmarks of our ancestors set for us and the inscriptions on these landmarks. They can't touch the land and do all that.
Well, they already did so. You
So
know.
it
Just like the
brings
Grand Canyon and all that, that belonged to us and our ancestors. It does not belong to,
right.
you know, the the United States corporation. And I what I mean, these people they put out a lot of stuff and holding our stuff hostage, and that's why they fighting over. That's what be going on in these quasi political standoffs between the Democrats and the Republicans. They just fighting over Moorish assets and Moorish lands and stuff like that and what to do. Because our people are so influencing to a benefit of something. What I mean, that's never going to give them any type of remedy or any type of remedy to their situation. It's going to pacify the situation. They still living in a rundown house or rundown apartments. They still, you know, you know, listening to what other system do, keeping the man out of the household just to get a benefit or a check or however the situation is. Other people got to come out of that mental slavery too, and start getting back to doing for each other in that regard. But our people, they so caught up in what's put out there for them, and they think that that's expected out of them when they can rise to the occasion. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
And just like the Aboriginal title, right? I've got it pulled up right here. I'll just read it. It says is a common law doctrine that the land rights of indigenous peoples to customary intent persist after assumption of sovereignty under settler colonialism.
Exactly.
Then it says the requirements of proof for the recognition, right? Hold up, go back. It says recognition, um, what, okay. Settler colonialism, the requirements of proof for the recognition of Aboriginal title, the content of Aboriginal title, the methods of extinguishing Aboriginal title, and the availability of compensation in the case of extinguishment vary significantly by jurisdiction. Nearly all jurisdictions are in agreement that Aboriginal title is inalienable and that it may be held either individually or collectively. Aboriginal title is also referred to as Indigenous title, Native title in Australia, Original Indian title in the United States, and customary title in New Zealand. Aboriginal title jurisprudence is related to Indigenous rights, influencing and influenced by non-land issues such as whether the government owes a fiduciary duty to fiduciary duty known as requirements of proof for the recognition of Aboriginal title, the content of Aboriginal title, the method of extinguishing Aboriginal titles, the availability of compensation in the case of extinguishment vary significantly by jurisdiction. Nearly all jurisdictions are in agreement that Aboriginal title is inalienable and that it may be held either individually or collectively. Aboriginal title is also referred to as Indigenous title, Native title in Australia, Original Indian title in the United States, which is quasi original Indian title. So, and customary title in New Zealand. Aboriginal title jurisprudence is related to indigenous rights, influencing and influenced by non-land issues such as whether the government owes a fiduciary duty to indigenous people, while the judge-made doctrine arises from customary international law. It has been codified nationally by legislation, treaties, and constitution. Aboriginal title was acknowledged in the early 19th century and decisions in which indigenous people were not a part. Significantly, Aboriginal title litigation resulting in victories for indigenous peoples did not arise until a recent decade. The majority of court cases have been litigated in Australia, Canada, Malaysia, New Zealand, and the United States, which we all know those are all, new terms.
That's the thing that we do. When you come to America and come to school and go to college, if you
Hmm.
want to go to law school in America, one of the one of the first cases they make you study is a landmark case is Dred Scott. Another one is one of the most influential and well-known decisions in Marshall Court, a fixture of the first year curriculum in nearly all U.S. law schools has to study Johnson versus McIntosh.
Mm.
Now it's crazy. This is crazy. This this shit. Watch this. This happened in 1823, right?
Yeah,
The Chief Justice is named John Marshall.
John
The,
Marshall. Yep.
the two people of disagreement were William McIntosh. He's supposed to be the descendant of the Indians, and Thomas Johnson. He's a descendant who bought land from the Indians. So he inherited land bought from the Indians. So the title was an Indian title from the Indians, right? Watch
Right.
how this works. Because it has the land title, it has a land patent involved in this case. That's why it's like, if y'all want to know how land patent work, study this case because I'm gonna show y'all something. Williams' opinion lays down one of the fundamental doctrines of the Aboriginal title in the United States and the related doctrine of discovery. This dude
Mm.
in court called the damn doctrine of discovery as the support to why. Oh man, watch this. Marshall begins with a lengthy discussion of history of the European discovery of Americas, the legal foundation of the American colonies. In particular, Marshall focuses on the manner in which each European power took land from the indigenous occupants, synthesizing the law of colonial powers. Marshall traces the outlines of the doctrine of discovery, namely that a European power gains radical title. What's radical title, more?
Radical title is a patent.
No, that and radical title is another way of saying allodial title.
Oh yeah, Lodi or Aboriginal. My bad.
After the doctrine of discovery, namely that a European power gains allodial title after he discovered something, right? Also known
Hmm.
as sovereignty in the land
Right.
it discovers.
Right.
As corollary, the discovering power gains the exclusive right to extinguish the right of occupancy of the indigenous occupants, which either otherwise survived the assumption of the sovereignty. So basically, Marshall further opinion that when it declared of independence from the crown, the United States government inherited the right of preemption over
Preemption. Yeah,
Native
of
American
Native
lands.
American lands. Yes, because
Whoa.
that would put them up under their jurisdiction.
So more that John is saying that for you to have Aboriginal rights, you have to agree to come under the guardianship of the United States trust.
Right.
So all the land is under United States
The
trust
state's
for
trust.
them
Right.
to play sovereign and give it to you.
Right.
That they have no regard because they're bankrupt. How can they hold titles? What we saying?
It's fraud. That's what we're saying.
And then
Like
they're charging
everything.
people to pay for it. Watch
Yeah.
this. There's another landmark case called the Cherokee versus Georgia, Cherokee Nation versus Georgia in
Georgia. Yeah.
1931. Is right after the Removal Act was
Hmm.
a Supreme Court case. So this is still on. They never overturned this. All of these are still never been overturned. So the
Right.
Cherokee Nation sought a federal injunction against laws passed by the United States of Georgia, depriving them of rights, color law, within its boundaries by the Supreme Court did not hear the case on its merits. It ruled that it had no original jurisdiction. More Congress holds Congress, right? Holds original jurisdiction.
Mm.
Yeah. So you can't come to them like that, right? Not in
Hmm.
public. In this matter, as the Cherokees were a dependent nation with the relationship to the United States, that of a ward to its guardian,
Mm.
said Chief Justice Marshall. This nigga was kicking ass. Why
Yeah.
was he talking so reckless?
Because he already understood that everything was formed up under up under their jurisdiction province. See,
And oh
so
yeah, so and then so we understand that uh, if this guy McIntosh had acquired a patent, you would think that, well, damn, he could just use the patent to get Thomas off his land. That's what he tried to do.
do, but he couldn't do it.
Thomas came later, like he the descendant of the original guy who bought it. So,
Right.
so he, let's say Thomas Johnson, one of the first Supreme Court justices, brought land from the Piankashaw, North Native American tribe in 1773, 1775. Don't mind that Native American crap either. Native, what is that?
Right.
The plaintiffs were leasees of Thomas Johnson's descendants. So the descendants had leased the land, this land out to these people, and the defendant McIntosh, who was descended from the Indians, he tried to use a land patent that he got from Marshall. I mean, according to the facts, as Marshall accepts them, to the same land. Okay, no, he had a land patent from the United States. He was trying to use the land patent to get the Johnson leases off of his land.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what?
But he couldn't do it though.
Yeah, because and this is the craziest part. Marshall, the justice, he had land in that land or whatever. So he had land on the patent too. And that's what they didn't know. If he would have ruled in favor of, the McIntosh guy, it would have messed up his land. Right. But I thought that you can't just do whatever you want in Supreme Court when it comes to land patents. Or is it whatever the Supreme Court want to do?
Yeah, it's whatever the Supreme Court want to do.
Right, because let's see how they ruled.
Right.
Opinions. Marshall, writing for an unanimous court, affirmed the dismissal. Marshall begins with the lengthy discussion. He said the reason why the land has to go back to the Indians, not because of the allodial tie. Not because of the land patent. He said because the Europeans discovered the land, so the Indians didn't have no right to sell it in the first place. Doctrine of discovery. Y'all got a right to occupancy, not a right to ownership.
Not the ownership.
Not a right to property.
Right.
See, this is my only thing with like the things of the land patent. Now, I did find another document that kind of puts it into a better perspective. And it's funny. It starts off perspective. It says, recovering Indian lands, the land patent annulment suit.
Look, that's annulment suit. Annulling the land patent. So you can go back to allodial title or aboriginal title.
So it's funny that they talking about like Indians using allodial titles to get out, like to switch land patents that were created wrongfully. So that's like all of them that aren't deeded to our people.
Right.
Yeah. So all of those got to get have to go through annulment and be canceled.
All of them and canceled, so they can be those lands could be propagated to our people. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
But is they gonna do so?
We would have to be exact in how we are moving out with stuff. Like, everybody's talking about land patents, but it's certain things that has to be done. If we're just gonna go get land patents, them Jones have to get corrected. You got people is claiming that they're owning and holding stuff like that, but they're bankrupt.
They're bankrupt like hell. They ain't got nothing in the bank.
Right, under Federal Reserve notes in the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 and the IRS Act. These people came into the Treasury and switched the Treasury secretaries out and for a board of directors. They stopped the last meeting in the Treasury happened in 1937. 1936 was the last time the secretary attended how did they do it? they had a secretary in the Federal Reserve checking and making sure. They removed her in 1936 or him.
Right.
Whatever. 1937, they had the last meeting in the Treasury and they switched the meeting place. That's
Right.
right there showing you they're doing some new shit, changing everything over.
Cindy I.
Right,
You
right
know.
after 33. So with this stuff, them trying to hold patents and all that stuff, that, like the United States, they're not able to do that. They have no
Mm-mm.
power to make people citizens because the 14th Amendment is null and void.
None
They
of
are
void.
bankrupt, so they can't hold anything in procurement, and any property laws and all that has to go under like we have to take them to not the court, but they have to be held accountable for these wrongs that they did because all this is treason and fraud.
Hmm. Like right here, I pulled something up. It says the theory of the American political system is that the ultimate sovereignty is in the people from whom all legitimate authority springs, and the people collectively, acting through the medium of constitutions, create such governmental agencies, endow them with such powers, and subject them to such limitation, as in their wisdom will best promote the common good. First Trust Code versus Smith 227, Southwest 762.
Oh
A,
yes.
cons- a constitution is designated as a supreme enactment, a fundamental act of legislation by the people of the state. A constitution is legislation directed from the people acting in their sovereign capacity, while a statute is legislation from their representatives, subject to limitations prescribed by the superior authority. Ellingham versus Dodd, 321 U.S. 256 versus New York, 47 NE 1096. Take note of the latest statement of the last quote. The legislation by the people's representatives is subject to the limitation prescribed by the superior authority. That authority is the Constitution. This is also supported by California jurisprudence 3D in volume 13. We read beginning in section 223 on page 396 the following. When civil rights are recognized and declared in the constitutions, they are not thereby granted or created, but are merely guaranteed against federal and state impairment. On page 401 of the California jurisprudence, third volume 13, it has been pointed out that the Declaration of Rights offers from the great English charters in that it is not an assurance to the individual from a sovereign but a command and a limitation of power on state officials by the people who created the formal government. These sections imply possible oppressions and are designed to enable the victim to assert his rights, even against the government, citing Bergo in Read 133, Section 349, 65, page 828, emphasis added. This clearly states the sovereignty of the individual, the victim, to hold the government accountable for violations of his rights. If government is held accountable to the individual, then government is not sovereign and the individual is sovereign. And on page 412, section 229 of the same California jurisprudence, third volume 13. Constitutional rights may not be infringed simply because the majority of the people choose that they be, nor may a constitutional prohibition to transgress indirectly by the creation of a statutory presumption any more than it can be violated by direct enactment. The power to create presumptions is not a means of escape for constitutional restriction. Emphasis added. So then I want to put this into play too, as far as the contrary to the training and gross miseducation received in public school by most American students. The Emancipation Proclamation of 1863 did not free a single Negro, black or colored, Negro, black, colored slave from the legally binding slave laws of the 1779 United States Constitution, three-fifth clause. However, not the same can be said of the 13th Amendment of 1865. This the first. of three Reconstruction amendments did in fact abolish the institution of slavery, which opened the doors of freedom to all African descendants in North America, which we know are Moorish descendants in North America. Make no mistake about it. The 13th Amendment was the greatest and only document of manumission ever to be enacted by the Congress of the United States. True fact, although the two sections ratified were just watered down versions of the 20 sections originally proposed, just one section was needed to free all Moorish descendants from their mental slavery and constitutional bondage in the United States. But then after that day in 1865, when two sections passed off the 13th original 20, yet it only took one of those to free all the slaves from every U.S. nook and cranny. Oh my Lord, they done freed the niggas. From
Mm.
Capitol Hill, there rose such a clatter. Masons sprang from every lodge to restore order in this chaotic manner. Heavens to Betsy, we have owned them since the rising of our flag. Like the old pharaohs, we must reclaim our property before our economy sags. Flat on your Flat on you Republicans and Democrats, both Northerners and Southerners, all for if slavery ain't recycled soon, we will lose our invitation to the European Conquerors Ball. To remember that the United States has never been without its slaves is a vital ingredient to understanding factual American history, but is not often used by most historians. It must also be remembered for the only time in her history, the U.S. ratified three major bodies of law into its constitution, which concern her beloved parcels. These three Reconstruction amendments were written in the exclusive interest of slaves, ex-slaves, and all other um let me see slaves and all other Negroes only. As well be shown later in this chapter, the word Reconstruction was used to identify the upgrading of slavery more so than downloading post-war America into a Reconstruction period. Both of these political movements took place at the conclusion of the Civil War, but it is the latter which most people assume indicative of what was actually being reconstructed. Without the enslavement of the indigenous people of West Africa, these laws would have never been ratified into existence.
Oh wait, Reconstruction. The Reconstruction treaties
Mm-hmm.
mirror because they got the Civil Rights Act of 1866 when so-called black people got out of slavery and got their rights. There's something called the Reconstruction treaties where it says on the eve of the American Civil War, 1861, Senate, a
Mm-hmm.
significant number of indigenous peoples of the Americas had been relocated from the southeastern United States to Indian Territory. So that's the
Right.
first Indian removal. Oh
Mm-hmm.
no, my fault. The second after the first, west of the Mississippi. The inhabitants of the eastern part of the Indian Territory, the five civilized tribes were suzerain nations. That means like it's not sovereignty. It's like another lesser form of it.
Right.
Which established tribal governments, well-established cultures, legal systems that allowed for slavery. Okay. So they were
So
the whole thing about the Reconstruction treaties is that's when they were releasing their slaves
right.
and like going under the new Confederacy.
Right.
Now watch this more. You know what's crazy? I already did this before, but in a different form. The
Mm-hmm.
the Guard, the Grand Army of the Republic,
Yeah. The
was what
Grand
they would
Army
do
of the
first.
Republic.
That's the
Yes.
jump.
That's the joint. That's what the prophet had backing him.
More. Look at what happened though when they signed the new treaty after the Reconstruction treaties. Look,
Mm-hmm.
treaty with the Choctaws and Chickasaws was a treaty signed in July 1861. We already had all the 17 Jones set up. What's this new shit? Watch
Right.
this. Between the Choctaw and Chickasaw American Indian and the Confederate States. Uh-oh. At the
Uh-oh.
beginning of the Civil War, Albert Pike was appointed to the Confederate envoy to Native Americans.
That's who the fraud is right there.
Albert Pike.
Albert Pike. That's the Masonic. Put your
How many
motherfucking
times do we have to show that? I'm so, bro, because they can. Okay, let's deal with Thomas Drew. Let's deal with
yeah.
that. These fools. Let me pull up
Yeah.
the book. Because how, bro? If we're gonna deal with Thomas Drew, right?
Mm-hmm.
Princess and the Prophet book. First thing
Right.
y'all gotta do is give us a little bit of history on this author. Yeah, I mean, who's the author? Jacob S. Dorman. Who is he?
Yeah.
What? He a
I
European
think
or more?
he's a more any
No.
European.
Mm-hmm. I only say that because we don't care about how
Right. Is he a
whatever.
modern European or he is an ancient European? Which one?
Bro, they got this dude standing in front of the picture of oh my gosh of Uncle Sam with the fez on with the Liberty Cat.
Really?
This dude, bro, what was his nationality? This dude, and since 2018, Jacob S. Dorsman, PhD, has been associate professor of history at University of Nevada, Reno, and also teaches the university's core humanities program. Before that, he was a tenure professor at the University of Kansas. Dorman is an award-winning historian and professor who was raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, whose experience in racially diverse public schools as a
Look,
musician
see,
and a
he
fan of
already
jazz and hip hop drove
yeah,
him
he
to attempt to understand race and racism. Bro,
but see, race and racism, we
what?
already know that it's no such thing as race and racism. There's only one human race.
Because I want him to lie. I want him to say how he's trying to help Americans about dark skinned
Right.
people. I want him to lie. After living in Washington D.C., New York City, he earned PhD U.S. history. U.S. history focused on African American history.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. So let's keep on going. A one-time employee of both Marcus Messiah Garvey papers at UCLA and oh my God, Martin Luther King Jr. papers at Stanford University. Dorman won the Andrew J. Mellon Fellowship, Wesleyan University, and was an assistant of the Associate Professor of History in the American Studies at the University of Kansas from 2007 to 2017. So let me tell y'all what else this dude probably don't believe in. Dark-skinned people ever being Indians.
Right.
Let's keep going because they think they think that if they tear the Moors up, they don't get tore up with us because we're the same people. So when you
Yeah.
bring up this guy talking with this book talking about the prophet was running around a circus, we already know about the prophet circus, whatever. But we're looking at it as spiritual symbology. Circus, the circle 7. He had to go around his elbow to get to the thumb of law like circus tricks. Oh no, never mind. That's a little bit too no, see, y'all making it up. This it's what they call it, semantics. They don't even know what the damn meaning of semantics is.
No, they don't.
But it says right here, as a professor, Dorman committed to using humor, active learning, and various modalities, including music and film, to reach students to undermine the elitist notion that education is supposed to sort the best from the rest. He insisted concentrates of scaffolding skills throughout the courses so that all students can thrive no matter how good or poor their previous academic training had been. So wait, let me get to, okay, here it goes right here. His 2013 Oxford University Press book won 3 book awards, including the Prize for African and African Diaspora History from the American Historical Association, was tagged in Outstanding Academic Title by choice. So we're gonna use obviously pushes the narrative that dark skinned people are from Africa and has won many awards from it.
Right.
This is the funny part, more. The front page of the book, Princess and the Prophet, there's a picture of a woman on top and a man at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying the man is Noble Drew Ali. The dude got soft looking hair. Like if he took his turban off, it'll be like Hindustani in hair. Bro,
Yeah.
did you see the naps that the prophet used to have?
Uh-huh.
So how could he say that this is the prophet just off the naps alone? Secondly, he don't look like the prophet. Different chin,
Mm-mm.
different facial structure, different eyes. Definitely, dude got the bug eyes like beaming.
But he doing that so he can make up some narrative so he can take away the prophet's fame and nobility, confuse people, have people looking up at some damn crony, you know what I mean, and really confusing people. That's what the main objective is. Look, he went to the United States um studies. Like he don't have no Moorish bachelorate or doctrine of no Moorish science or anything. So what really, denotes his motherfucking his opinion, because that's opinion.
Oh,
You know what I
life
mean,
of
more?
what they call him, Walter Brister. So
Yeah.
Walter Brister was Thomas Drew Ali. That's what they say. So he faked
Hmm.
his death and had a brother and changed his name. Uh,
Mm-mm. That
why
was
doesn't anybody put forth the what if this guy had his life as Walter Brister and then started to copy off of the prophet when he bumped into him in passing in the goddamn circus, Chicago, right?
right.
Everybody knew the prophet was supposed to be the man back in the day. So if he
Hmm.
bumped into him dealing with his circus with this lady Satonki, how come nobody puts forth that maybe he stole the prophet's identity back in the day? Maybe there was already a reincarnated prophet before there was the damn Far Muhammad.
Right.
See?
Or maybe they just plagiarized everything what the prophet, did, and they you know how like they put certain information out which is don't have anything to do with the prophet so they can have a debate or start a debate or start some type of friction. You know what I mean? This is what these people do. They write books just like these naysayers, they'll come out and say, yeah, the prophet plagiarized the Circle Seven Quran. You know what I mean? Which, Lou Dow's or whatever supposed to have wrote the Aquarian gospel or however the situation is, right? But the prophets didn't say that he plagiarized anything. He said he divinely prepared it. You see
We
what I'm
already got the
saying?
record of him saying it off the top of his head.
Yeah, so we have to understand certain things that have been put forth by our prophet, in which other people want to try to discredit him, so they can keep us in a suburatory status and a suburatory class. You know what I mean? They don't want us to go back into being, the emperors, the kings, the rulers of this land. You know what I mean? The pharaohs. You know what I mean? They want to keep us as African Americans, which is two damn continents. Negroes, blacks, which negro means black in Spanish. Okay, so it's the same thing, and our people are still running around here calling themselves that and thinking that's the thing to be, which we already know that's not. Moorish American is your nationality. That's
Yeah.
what's in the history books. Our story, you know what I mean? That's what's there. It's nothing that we're saying just to be saying. Just like I said before, the ignorance of one more going to tell us that he was Moorish Moroccan. You know what I mean? Which our Moroccan goes back into America, or American. So this is so many, um, derivatives that we can go into more mirror move um, um, several
Oh,
derivatives.
so funny to me. Like they show you a picture of this lady Satonki and put it next to the Prophet Noble Ali wife. And then he tries to fade the picture into Noble Ali white face, but it don't do a good job. It
Right.
don't look like got different shaped eyes and all that. And he don't even.
Because
And then he got a picture of the prophet, but he don't do the same thing with the Walter Brister. He don't fade his picture into the prophet's picture to see, to show us how exactly that's him. Prophet got this big ass damn mole on his nose, right?
right.
Then he shows you Walter Brister's nose and says, "See, right here," blows his face up all big, and then does some shit, bro. You can tell. He's like making it seem like there was a little small indentation. Oh, bro, it's just hilarious. But
But
anyway,
that's just fraud though more. These people will go above and beyond to discredit our movement, to
my
discredit
main thing
our
is
prophet.
how does any of that take away from the fact of that they voted Walter Brisk? I mean, that they voted Oscar the priest into the Senate? Does
They
that change it
cannot
now?
they can't change nothing. It doesn't change that.
How come the FBI never called him Thomas Drew? So the FBI couldn't find him.
These
So
people
this
are,
dude better than the FBI.
yeah, these people
Jesus
are
Christ.
are so fucking full of fun.
And I don't get his deal. Like, I don't get his deal. Like, okay, you're supposed to be helping Africans and African Americans, right?
Hmm.
Why are you going against the Moorish Science Temple? Ain't they supposed to be Africans? Ain't Moors Africans? Well, then why would he go against the guy who brought the African teaching and not just big him up? Like, yeah, not Noble Drew Ali. He's discrediting it. So it's showing that what we
That
have no
his
identity now.
allegiance his allegiance is to the United States corporation, like a lot of these Masons.
And
Their
let's
allegiance.
be real. If you got
Hmm.
Indians doing videos breaking this thing down, do you think Jacob S. Dorman believes that Indians are dark skinned people or
Nah,
Aboriginals in America are dark skinned people? Or do he believe that Europeans are Americans? Hold up. All right. Yeah.
nah. He got to believe modern Europeans are American. That's what he's propagating.
Oh, wow. So his oh wow, this is funny. So this is what him trying to help out African Americans. This is what it says. Jacob S. Dorman of the University of Nevada reveals exciting new information about those black Muslim origins. What do you mean those black Muslim origins? What are you talking about?
Black
His work.
Muslim
What's a black
orders. Wait
Muslim?
a
What
minute.
is
Hold up.
this
Hold up more.
talking about?
Hold up more. He said black Muslim origins, which we already know black means pale, which we already know Muslim means submit. So the
So it says
real
his work makes a signal contribution to understanding African American Islam. So we can't figure it out ourselves. He has to,
come in and help
really
us figure it out.
reveal it to
Like,
us.
yeah,
And
like
this
this guy here. This guy is funny.
Dorman has a knack for keeping one amused and amazed. Let me read that again. Dorman has a knack for keeping one amused,
Used and
entertained, and
amazed and
amazed.
entertained.
Wow, information that
Yeah.
might not be true, but it's wow, it feel good.
And
Okay,
it's entertaining.
his intent is not to discredit more science, huh?
Huh? Wait a minute. Say
But
that
you're
over again,
calling.
more.
Oh God,
Hold
that's
up, more. Say that over again. Put it on the record, more.
he's
Say it
just
one more time. So,
lying.
say it one more
How
time,
come
more.
the Indians didn't read this, man?
No,
Dorman has a knack for keeping one amazed and amused. His intent is not to discredit more science, but to demonstrate the cultural ingenuity of early African American Muslims. What are you doing? What are you doing?
yep. Putting us in a subterranean position again. African
This is
Americans.
taking away the Moorish science and putting it into religion, just
Legit.
like
Yep.
everybody else do. And y'all got
Yep.
a dude now as a European, and it's bet. And see, we don't never bring up the fact that they're Europeans. It doesn't matter. But the fact that this dude is acting like he's the savior of the dark skinned people because he's here to write the new story for you, the stuff that you never knew, and I'm here to uplift it. Well, now, why are you not doing what the prophet said? Why are you talking against and talking all of
Yeah,
this?
and talking this African American shit and this black shit and all this Muslim shit. When if you were a student of the
Oh,
prophet, he don't
he
talk
said
like
he could
that.
outdo the prophet. It
Oh,
says a captivating reinterpretation of Muslim American history.
oh no,
What?
we don't want it.
Oh,
We don't want it.
so you're gonna redo Muslim? Who the hell are Muslim Americans?
Um, I don't know.
Fascinating work of historical reinterpretation. Book list stated review. So how we need to read the reviews. They're saying, "Oh, it's captivating reinterpretation. Oh, it's a fascinating work of historical reinterpretation. Not fact. A remarkable study. A masterful blend of rigorous scholarship and compelling narrative.
Telling
Compelling,
narrative.
right?
So
Narrative.
so that's nothing but a hogwash of bull crap mixed together. You know
And,
what I mean?
and rigorous scholarship is just research to put the shit together. It doesn't mean it
Yeah.
was true. An immense accomplishment, right? Dorman illuminates lost chapters of American history and transforms our understanding of the American prophet. Oh
Really?
my gosh.
Really?
Oh my gosh.
Really?
Transforms our understanding of an American prophet, so they don't call him black. They understand him as American and prophet. But
Right.
after this dude, bastard, I can't believe these people. I can't believe
He
any of these people. Any
he
of these people.
bastardized our prophet, but at the same time he's trying to not disrespect our prophet because he know how great he is. But you know what though? More these motherfuckers make me sick. Just want to put that on the record too. Let me just make you see why I'm so sick.
He called him the first black Muslim prophet. Oh yeah, he definitely ain't talking about Noble Drew Ali. Yeah, that okay. What we're gonna do from here on out is we're gonna separate Noble Drew Ali, Timothy Drew from Thomas Drew, Walter Brister. We're gonna separate
Yeah,
that right now. We're gonna separate
right.
that, and we're just gonna chalk this up to somebody trying to be a
Infiltrate our
resurrected
prophet.
prophet.
Yeah, infiltrate our prophet with bullcrap. Like
Now,
that's
and
bullcrap.
because of what happened before, we could definitely postulate that because of what one Fard Muhammad did with the prophet's teachings when he bumped into him, and what one Elijah Poole Bay did when he bumped into
Right,
him. So we
right.
got David Fordell, Elijah Poole Bay, both of y'all was Moors, and y'all took the prophet shit, lost y'all Ellen Bay, took the fez off of
Mm-hmm.
everybody, told everybody to get rid of their cards, and became a religion.
Right.
Black Muslim religion, you black Asiatics. If the
Yep.
prophet said we can't be Negro, black, and colored, and y'all were students of him, why'd y'all put black on the people again? So you return them back to the state which the prophet found them.
Right.
Simple as that. How come nobody else can explain it that simple? These people running around bumped heads with them, bumping heads
Because
with
they don't
Google's
want to
lying.
explain it. They don't want to explain it that simple more because they have a lot of institutions invested in, you know, in the Moorish Science Temple and in the Nation of Islam by duping the people. You see what I'm saying? They got to have, their little minions. You know what I mean? They don't want to give people the keys to become
Oh
leaders.
God, these people are idiots. Look, bro, this nigga, this the last one. This the last one I'm reading because people got to
Mm-hmm.
see that he put this book out not to discredit Moors.
Mm-mm.
He gonna tell you what it's really for. A must read. Jacob S. Dorman weaves together fascinating and compelling tales of circuses and theatrical stage shows and love and religion to reveal a deeply layered and mysterious public and private life of the first black Muslim prophet. Lie, because that would be Fard Elijah Muhammad. The Princess and the Prophet is certain to transform our understanding of African American history, leaving readers with new ways of discussing Black life, culture, and religion. That's what his point is.
So what the fuck is black life and culture and religion? Like
Exactly. Give people a new
from
way to look at it.
right, like our prophet came to us and told us don't use those terms.
Oh,
So why would you come right behind our prophet and try to simulate some semblance of what our prophet brought? Then using all these bull crap terms, further disrespecting our prophet. Then you are naming him to be somebody else. Is so much slanderment. So why this book? Why nobody is suing this individual for slandering the prophet?
so
Why ain't
we got
nobody? Why ain't
Wild
nobody going after him?
Wild Bill and Buffalo Bill.
Yeah.
So we got Buffalo Bill and we got not Wild Bill, Pawnee Bill. So
Hmm.
these guys running their circus in the late 1800s, around when they had the Chicago joint, where they had the Moorish cities and all that built in Chicago. Okay, never mind. So we know, because I know in Philly they had the same thing. They had all types of buildings here. They had Moorish architecture in them, and they tore them down when they did Reconstruction. Our
Hmm.
horticultural building was shaped like the Alhambra. I mean, not my fault. It was shaped like the Cordoba Mosque, like the striped, archways.
Right.
It had that in our horticultural building back in 1893, I think.
Hmm.
Right around the time they did the explosion and or the exposition in Chicago. So Philly was lit too. Everywhere was like decked out with Moorish architecture and all that until they did the reconstruction and changed it all.
Right.
That's why you don't see anything. So my point of bringing these guys up is that not only were they making look, look, here it go. Pawnee Bill's historical Wild West. Familiar scenes in Pawnee Bill's Indian camp. Not Moorish camp, Indian camp. So if y'all want to do that, y'all want to do the Pawnee Bill, he was well then guess what? All that stuff about Indians, that gotta go too. All that stuff about everybody like, oh yeah, well we know we was the ones who created that Kemet stuff. We did the hieroglyphs and we did San Francisco. It got thrown away because that came over with the circus. No, this is what the Indians is teaching people that none of this stuff can exist because it came over with the circus. Here we
Right.
go again, giving it to some Europeans. They didn't create this stuff, guys. Are you
No, and they
serious?
modern Europeans. They're not. They're not. They're not ancient Europeans because ancient Europeans are us before birth.
and and this is what Pawnee Bill Pawnee Bill Lilly Gordon was the oldest of four children in Susan Lillian, Illinois on February 14th, 1860. That's 1 year before they started what do you call it? 1 year before Albert Pike became the leader of the fucking Confederacy.
Right. And that's when he started implementing all these jurisdictions, taking
Show me.
pictures of these light pale so-called $5 Indians.
So when this dude run away from school, grow up and all that, around the time he's 17, he run away and start a circus. And his
Right.
idea, he talks exactly like the dude Dorman, how they was talking for him. Oh, I just wanted to show Black America on the frontiers of Western life and how the Africans really did. Negro. And I do mean Negro because black mean pale.
Yep.
Negro, what are you talking about? What do you mean Black America? What y'all trying to bring Black America here? So I
Right.
don't get how people are looking at how they subjugated the prophet like it didn't hit everybody who would be considered black by the European,
Right. Which
meaning all of
is
the Negroes.
which they are the real black being. They are the real black people. Before they even was ratified for independence, they were Slavics, they was enslaved, they were on plantations, they was indentured servants, they was abolitionists, okay, because they was the first people enslaved. So we have to take that into account too, people. Wake up
Mm-hmm.
and understand that the slave narrative was really projected upon you by them. They are the ones who said that you were a slave, when in actuality, they are the first laggers. They are the first pretends. They are the first Albions that's been created. You know what I mean? And their existence wasn't that long.
And you know, it's the funniest part about this Pony Bill and all that, and them
Hmm.
creating theaters of Wild Wild West.
Right,
The same. It takes me back to the 7 Years War, the 7 Years Indian Wars, being all theaters,
right.
and that's
What?
the late 1700s, like very late 1700s. So that says that everything has been a theater in front of you since after 1600s,
Right,
when these Europeans came over here. And then what they're doing is hiding you from the true story of their status when they came. Do you know why Moors had all the treaties with Europeans? They had every European nation in slavery and servitude.
right, right.
So with Elizabeth, for example, Al Mansur and Abdel Malik, who they still worship in the form of Abraham, the Al, or Moloch.
Hmm.
Abdel Malik
Yeah.
is Abraham, that, whatever. That's what they worship in Bohemian Grove. Our ancestor, right?
Hmm.
And then Masonically, they worship in Ezegal, one of our ancestors that sold out the damn Granada, which was actually South America back in the day.
Yeah.
He sold out to the Spanish Inquisition, and
Position.
why they even came over here
In the
after the
first place.
Inquisition.
Yeah.
Niggas don't know he sold out the South America, which was
Hmm.
called Granada, by
Granada.
Alama in the back in the day. He named it the Treaty of no, he named America, or South America, his new kingdom of Spain. I mean, his new kingdom of Granada.
Granada. Yeah. Spain.
King Alama. So all of this, these people, the longer they run from it, the longer they keep. Because who does this benefit? Does this benefit blacks?
No, it doesn't benefit us, our people, so-called blacks, Negroes, coloreds, African Americans. It doesn't benefit them at all. You know who it benefits?
Oh.
It benefits the modern day European. That
Mm.
gives him more time to keep fleecing you about your what reparations. These people keep talking about reparations. You're only going to get reparations once you become into your national status. That's why certain things was passed for Asians, because they have a nationality. Okay, we the only people who identify themselves and want to be called blacks, Negroes, coloreds, and African American.
And like, what's happening? Like, even now, we got this thing where everybody know they're not black. Everybody know they grandma told them we was Indians.
Mm-hmm.
But then when it gets to the studying of that, they like, oh yeah, we know we're not really Indians. Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we know we indigenous to this land, but we know the names change over time. Oh, we know
Mm-hmm.
before we was this, we was that. Before we was that. What? Why do all that? Like, well, so why accept something that you know changed before, or changed, like when it came to you being subjugated under it?
Right.
When we could show you before you were called that, you were called this, and they have laws on the record where you weren't subjugated, and it showed you how it differentiated you from black. That's what we all
Mm-hmm.
want, right? We all want not to be looked at as black.
Right.
Okay, so once we know that, no matter what the European call you, when you read the Sundry Free More Act, and you say, see, and they say like, oh look, well, these men were slaves from Africa that was in America that got their freedom. Forget if they call them Africans, because we know just by what we read from Albert Perry,
They were
that's a
Moorish.
BS lie. We already know
Yep.
that they're American.
Mm-hmm.
The
Moorish
point
Americans.
is the law is in America. Is how come they ain't transfer the goddamn law to Africa then? If they was Africans, they kept it in America, showing you in South Carolina again. We go back there. That, oh, guess who kidnapped them? African king kidnapped them.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the African king doing over here? What was the European doing over here? Because they was on their way to take him to England or what, somewhere. What was
Because
the
everybody
Moroccan emperor doing over here?
because
All the
everybody had their states over here. Everybody had their own providence of state, just like France, just like Morocco, just like Britain, just like everybody was doing commerce and setting up their own countries here.
Exactly. So it makes you wonder. And then those Moors were so on a game, they tried to put them in slavery and they bought their way out. So what was wrong
Right.
with everybody else? How come they come back buy their slavery? Buy
Because
their
they
freedom?
was because they wasn't industrialists, they wasn't merchants, and they didn't have any free will to do so. They was already up under servitude when it was first um decreed, because under those labels, being black, Negro, colored, you know what I mean, you forced into indulge it, what they say, and servitude, indigenous servants and stuff like that. So you really
And
didn't have too much freedoms.
and you can see, like, see, for you to even accept black, because you know that didn't come until Spanish came over here. We was already in Lodi and all that. Where did these
Hmm.
names even come from to call yourself that? You could tell that when these people come over here, they set up treaties and the land allotments with the Indians to pay and the Indians are set up, oh, for tribute, you know, you pay us for us to give you to cede this land to you. But with the stuff that these Europeans has come up with these provisions, it come to calling the Indians whatever they want to call them.
Hmm. And
Running
not just
Joe Bear feather or
and
some shit. And,
and not just that, they're calling them these names so they can usurp and get them, to accept what they call them, so they can usurp their jurisdiction province. All they doing is taking away what is already your birthright, and then they're using it against you and locking you up. You see what I'm saying? Putting you up on the civil letter or two, using their Masonic minions to do so. You know what I mean? Because we have to understand, everything that was been decreed was decreed in their favor too, to bring them up out of the mental slavery we had them in under too. Because we have to understand, okay, boom, Slavics. You look at their pedigree, you look at how long they've been in function and what they was doing, around certain periods in time. And then once you understand they only been here for almost like 600 years, you see what I'm saying? Then you understand, oh shit. Well, really, they added some years, to their existence, and that's why they came up with the whole Darwin theory, and they reconstructed certain things, took pictures of certain things, you
so,
know.
so in a court case, to hold this against a corporation, since we know they're not living and breathing, we can't say that, like, to say that they did all that stuff, they would win, because a corporation cannot be blamed for maliciousness.
Right,
No malicious intent, because they're not alive. It's a dead entity.
right,
So our way to hold them accountable for things they did is through contract law and getting them to default on contracts. Now,
right.
there's an easy way to do this. Easy way. One is knowing that we can't be citizens. So any contract that we were in that had anything to do with citizens, we could challenge
It's
that
not
their
involved. Yeah,
documents and beat it,
right.
because
Yep,
they said that we can't. That citizens, the citizen law was never ratified.
right.
Then them being in bankruptcy. All right, let's look at it like this. They're in bankruptcy, right?
Hmm.
But they're supposed to be re-giving lands and holding lands as holder in due course. But if I show you that you're bankrupt, you can't be the holder in due course of any land, patent, or land, because you're bankrupt.
So,
You lost that
so,
privilege. You
so,
lost the
so
sovereignty.
rightfully, you're supposed to be giving them more back. You know what I mean? His rights, and giving him back his acres of land and stuff
But
like
but
that.
we can't just we can't just say it though. We have to show it in law, like how Morris said, putting on notice. Yeah, we'd have
Yeah,
to the state
we
or
have to.
the county, wherever we at, the county
Mm.
mainly, on
Right,
notice that we're not under any of these subjugations.
right.
Showed it where we stand, because this will bring forth a judgment lien if they did something illegal, unlawful. I mean, like deeding lands unlawfully, calling you citizen black from Africa just to take your land from you. Yeah,
Hmm.
that would be fraud and treason and what do you call that? Um what do you call it? Violating the forced assimilation of free peoples.
Okay.
Anyway, once we show how they're violating their own what they have
Laws.
on the record, we got a treaty on record or on seal. We got the Constitution under seal. We show them how land inheritance and ancestry is derived off of heirship. And I am who my ancestors were, because once you put your blood on the record, what's different than when they slapped you 4 months ago? Was your blood still the same?
Yep.
So that means anything they did to you in your life before, it could be, because your blood was still that when they did you dirty when you were first born. Your blood was
Right.
still indigenous. So all of that could get held in, what do you call it, challenged.
Uh, yeah, they can have a lawful standing with that alone. You
So
know.
I would say the best thing for Moors to do as far as study Indians is learning how to perfect a lien. And then when you look at how to perfect a lien, you got to have possession of collateral. You have to have registration of filing of that situation, and you have to have notice of it.
Right.
Notice has to be put on. So once you have all that, and then these perfected lien can be carried out against a trustee of a bankruptcy.
That's even great.
So if these people are saying they're your guardian trustee, we gonna be the sovereign and we gonna get your land patent for you. Homie, you're bankrupt. Okay.
Right.
So now
And all
because
you're
you're
doing is trying
bankrupt,
to
hit you with this perfected lien, and you
and
have to face it, trustee, because you're
right,
bankrupt.
right. And you have to give me everything that I'm supposed to have without
So
your hands touching it.
right. If we know what it means to be how they put the doctrine of discovery on us, we understand that they're going under feudal law, and the opposite of
Right.
feudal is allodial.
Allodial.
So
Yep.
we understand that with them. All right. So wait, with them having contracts or whatnot that list us as what we're not, all those contracts is non pro tunc, void ab
Yeah.
initio.
Void abolitional adhesion contract.
Mm-hmm. Based off the same things. We're not citizens. Our blood is on the record. We were here before y'all, and
We have treaties.
all your laws say that you ain't supposed to do this. So hold
Hmm.
them accountable for what's sealed on their own record.
Right. And the treaties that has already been set up, and not just that, but we got to understand that these people overthrew the government too.
Yeah, that's the
So
whole point. The
so
corporation.
we have to look at it at that too. You know what I mean? It's several pinpoints that as far as more as if you're looking at this, you're looking at it from that perspective. You have to look at it from all perspectives, from where and when and how and why. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because that's the only way we're going to be able to dismantle on this artificial construct that has already been set up with semblance. You see what I'm saying? Of a um country. You know what I mean? Because this is not the formality that the forefathers have set up. Our foremothers and forefathers.
And then, oh yeah, so we have, once you put the perfected lien on these people, there's now we have the thing of um it says the last way to perfect the lien is notice has to be given to a debtor. So how would this corporation now be looked at as debtor if they're claiming sovereignty and claiming that they are all this? They lost their sovereignty by being bankrupt. The way they become debtor is through commercial code.
Yep.
Uniform commercial code is used to make them debtor
Debtors, right?
and
And
you the secure creditor.
yeah, and make you the secure creditor. Yep. Because we got to look at a lot of shit that these mom had did. So we're gonna have to just really go to the gusto with them. You know what I mean? No CB4.
Yeah. Like, cause we gotta know like what we're doing. If we can't say, like, there's certain things that I understand that still exist that I'm realizing. The republic exists. It's just that the people who are the republic and represent it, they're not doing anything to show that it's still here. Because they
Right.
scared of uniform commercial codes. Because they think it's going
Mm-hmm.
to make you the devil if you get the uniform commercial code. Because it's going to make you black somehow. Listen, how did Toriano Obashango L successfully proclaim his nationality using UCCs if the UCCs are devil? Okay, I like that they devil. That's exactly what they called us when we didn't want to
Mm-hmm.
worship their Christianity.
They call us heathens, hectic, Celtics, um,
Mm-hmm.
witches, wizards. You know, that's what they call us.
So do we
Pirates.
know?
Don't
Do we
forget
not
pirates.
realize we're listed as debtors?
Mm-hmm.
What else? What other way do you show that you're not a debtor? Just feel like it. I got one for him. The Fourth Amendment says you're to be secured in your person's, places, or things safe from search and seizure. Okay, protected.
Yes.
What does secure mean?
Secure is supposed to be, something taken and put in a safe place.
They always connotative and denotative. They're always playing.
Yeah.
Because when you look up the Black's Law Dictionary of secure or any legal dictionary definition of secure, it says to give security, to
Mm,
assure of payment, performance, or indemnity, like a bond, more performance bond,
yeah.
indemnity bond, payment bond, or set off bond, right? Security
Yeah.
bond, right? To guarantee or to make certain the payment of a debt or discharge of an obligation. See, cures. Oh, his creditor by giving him a lien, more, huh, huh,
Got him.
to be used in the case of debtor fails to make a payment. So watch this. We secure ourselves by understanding that we are the person who makes the performance. We do the indemnity.
Mm-hmm.
We have the indemnity. We're guaranteed. We're
Right.
certain. We
Right.
don't pay. We
They
discharge.
pay. We discharge. Right.
So therefore, we can't be no debtor because debtor
Mm,
can't discharge. Debtor gotta accept and pay off anything he get. We must
right.
be the secure party. This is
And
what
it's a and
secure
and, and a
means.
secure creditor.
It say it
Mm-hmm.
right here, his creditor by giving him a lien, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he secures his creditor by giving him a lien, mortgage,
Mm-hmm.
pledge, or other security to be used in the case the debtor fails to make a payment, right?
Right. Which puts you up under the tenant status.
So we would say this is how we would do it after we make our proper things. We're not gonna put it all out there what you do, but the proper things to switch this around, it would then become one secures his debtor by giving him a lien, mortgage,
Mm,
pledge, or other security to be used in the case, to be used to discharge the debt. Because we as creditors would never fail to make payment because a creditor cannot be broke.
right. He's the only. He's
Debtors are
always.
always broke.
He's the one that's is allowing the credit to flow. He's the one who's allowing the transaction to be admitted.
Yep. Now, oh, here you go. Secure bond. A bond that is issued and backed by specific assets as collateral, which can be sold in the case of a default. Meaning,
Mm,
in the case that these people defaulted or they say that you defaulted.
which
Most
they
bonds are issued this way.
in actuality they defaulted because they're looking for you to not know what you're doing in law, so they can get a electrical vote, not electrical vote, but electrical signature, which
Electoral,
you
yeah.
yeah, electoral signature, which they already got set up and using now.
And they can play that game. They can play that electoral college and all that. But once we get in our proper person in our proper house domicile status,
Hmm.
territoriality, nationality, right? Once we get that all squared away with political status, we would have then ability to put whoever we want up in there. And then
Mm,
all of us would be looked at as landowners.
yes,
So
right.
I would say to the Indians, do your land patents if that's what you're doing. But like I say, make sure that that's not all you're doing. You do know you have to then procure it after that. I
Mm,
would say deal with some Moors that not any Moors, let's caveat into this whole thing right here. Let me go back to the prophet. Caveat emptor. Y'all have to know that Noble Drew Ali prophesies that not all Moors in turbans and fezzes is going to be clean. It
Right.
said it'll be your own in turbans and fezzes that'll sell you back into slavery. So you better be clear on who you're dealing with. Don't
Mm-hmm.
deal with anybody who you think is like idiotic and not trying to really help. I
Mm-hmm.
bang on uh what do you call it, land patent, because when I first heard about allodial title, I banged on that. When I first heard about that, I banged because it's not about I'm not about to let anything cross my damn visage without combing through it with a fine tooth comb. And I've
Right.
seen certain things in that can be fixed. So if y'all got y'all nations or whatever, y'all tribes, the point of working with allodial Moors is for when you're perfecting these liens to perfect your, what do you call it, your collateral or your patents. Know that that's what it's for. It's for correcting what they had their dirty hands on. These Europeans, they called themselves the holder in due course. That can
Right.
never happen since they're bankrupt.
Right.
So that's all I
But
gotta
that's
say about that.
but as long
And
as
no
as long as
problems,
they
but
keep you but as long as they keep you in a dead status and have you signing these adhesion contracts, then they can move shit, do this, that, and the third, and still subjugate you and do however they want to do to you.
treat
So
you like
that's
they're your
why,
guardian.
yeah. So that's why nationality is the order of the day,
Order
and
of the day.
that's why the prophet is so so profound, so illustrious, so correct and right. And I want to tip my fez, my national headdress, to our prophet, our Tabush,
Yeah, he's the
because
man.
because once you understand the prophet, understand him, overstand him, he's told you more is gonna love me for what I did. So, you know, for those,
It's over 100 years since this dude blessed the stage, and they are
hmm
still jealous of his fame and nobility. They're still hating on him up in temples and shit. This
yeah,
this dude is really like he really is too cold. Like Danny Myers say, I'm a battle rap head. Danny Myers say, I'm too cold. That's
right,
that's that's this Noble Drew Ali got that too cold energy, bro.
right. It's just like
Like
they can't phantom. Like that's why they have to discredit him, slander him, and oh, the prophet this, the prophet didn't bring this, and why all this talk? Why y'all doing all that? Because y'all already understand that the prophet came, he prophesied, and you see me, you see a guy like me that's doing this. You're like, wait a minute, where this guy come from? Wait a minute, wait a minute. Well, something got to be true of the prophet,
exactly.
of the prophecies. You, you,
So
you, you see,
we get a prophet as flowers. So more it's almost 4 hours. We really spun through so many different confusions, paradigms. We showed that the Moors are Indian tribes. We showed a little bit of problems in the patent. Oh yeah, let's end with this, John. I ain't even gonna read the whole John. Just the land patent. Um, was it recovering Indian lands? The land
hmm
patent annulment suit. Y'all need to look that up. It's a good PDF. And conceptual basis, it says um, Aboriginal title is equitable title based upon actual, exclusive, and continuous use and occupancy of a definable area of land for a long time prior to loss of property. Essentially, this concept applies to semi-nomadic mode of occupancy common to American Indian tribes before they were Americanized or confined to reservations. Land subject to Aboriginal title is held in trust by the federal government as guardian for Indian tribes designated as its wards.
mm,
Uh-huh.
designated as its wards.
Yeah.
Mm,
So we got what's that dude name? Raymond Watson. This
yeah.
guy came out all hype, reading the wrong stuff. Ate
But see, that's how they
USC.
do. But that's how they.
1401 is what he
That's how
read.
they. Yeah, that's how they do. Just
Because
like Rami, just like Rami El Salam, he got on there and read everything about the pocket knife, but he didn't even, finish
Rami
what.
Rami need help. It's starting to look sad. It's starting to look
Yeah,
like it's
he
starting to
didn't
look
even
desperate.
finish
Leave him
what the.
alone.
Yeah,
Leave him alone.
he didn't even finish what the prophet said or stated. You know what I mean? It's like you put stuff out there, but you don't give the whole detail. Just like
He ain't a
these
Moor no more.
Moors do.
He
They
not a Moor
give
no
you,
more, bro. He
yeah,
went up in that temple that we told him was a church. They made this man take out his tassel, and he been running just putting verses from the Quran all in people's goddamn comments. You're stop. Just go back to sleep. It's okay. You're starting to look like messed up now. Uh,
right,
8 USC Code 1401, nationals and citizens of the United States at birth. This guy, Raymond Watson, read this wrong and trying to get everybody to think when you say national, you mean you're a citizen. Because, nationals is citizens. Watch this.
nope,
Watch what it say. The
mm-hmm,
following shall be nationals and citizens of the United States at birth. A person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Didn't we deal with that already with the 14th
yep,
Amendment? You can't be born
mm-hmm,
in the United States, but you can be born in America, right?
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
What the hell are they trying to do? This dude, and look, part B is the part where it kill you. This is the part where it kill you. A
mm-hmm,
person born in the United States is a member of an Indian, Eskimo, Aleutian, or Aboriginal tribe, provided that the granting of citizenship under this section shall not in any manner impair or otherwise affect the right of such person to tribal or other property. AKA meaning you're gonna have to come into the United States trust. Because we got all the Indian lands in our trust and we're gonna be our guardians. So yeah, y'all get to be Indians, United States citizens and nationals, only if it don't, mess up our other stuff that we got with y'all.
hmm,
So they can't really be. They're not going to let the Indians be nationals. They're just going to confine them to United States. That's why they
right,
say that doesn't impair. When you look up the 14th Amendment, it says states cannot impair the privileges and immunities of their citizens.
mm-hmm.
Privileges, and what about the rights?
No price. You just
Birthrights.
get no birthrights because they don't want you to have a birthright. If you get the birthrights, then they no longer is in power. You see,
So
so they got to give you their protection and give you their protection under them. So they give you privileges up under a quasi jurisdictional province,
this is how
and
we knock
then
his head off, more. We just deal with him real quick. 8
hmm
USC Code 1408, not 1401, 1408.
hmm
Nationals, but not citizens of the United States at birth. Unless otherwise provided in Section 1401 of this title, the following shall be nationals, but not citizens of the United States at birth. A person born in an outlying possession of the United States. No, we don't want that. A person born outside the United States and its outlying possessions of parents both who are nationals but not citizens of the United States and have residence in the United States or one of its outlying possessions prior to the birth of such person. More, I
hmm
think that's all of us.
yeah,
No, you cannot prove our parents were citizens because the 14th Amendment is not real. So our
right.
parents
And
can't.
look, I want to add this too. It says, let us make a
Nationals, not
citizen,
citizens.
right?
What'd you say?
It says, let us make a citizen, right?
Oh
The
God.
U.S. the U.S. of this suitable referred to corporate United States of America, assumed by many persons to be a sovereign independent power. The constitutional concept and interpretation of a citizen did not derive its authoritative powers from the Declaration of Independence of the original 13 United States of America. In the course of human events, they discovered that a person was bound by the laws of nature and nature's God, that they held these truths to be self evident, All men are created equal, and their creator endows them with certain unbelievable rights. Among these are life, the right to live, liberty, the right to be free, and the pursuit of happiness, the right to be content, founded, the totality of these rights because the Bill of Rights, the U.S. Constitution was written by the people and for the people. These laws established by freeborn and free men were from living souls who are sovereign from the wombs of their mothers.
Yeah.
U.S. citizens, on the other hand, are belligerents in
Uh,
the field and are subject to its jurisdiction, Washington, D.C. All U.S. citizens are 14th Amendment persons, property, implemented by the Civil Rights Act of 1866.
more. We just read it, didn't we?
Yep,
Didn't
which
we just
was,
read it?
yep,
Man.
I'm being redundant right here, more.
No, no, no. I'm saying it's perfect because
Yeah,
we're bringing it home.
yeah, which,
Belligerents. They made y'all enemy combatants.
right, Civil Rights Act of 1866, which was originally established to disguise the newly freed slaves. The only problem was the European political powers of those days dug a shallow grave of um, fringed citizenry for the ex-slaves, and their later
Yeah.
fell into it themselves. This is why, to this day, if the Americans actually knew what a U.S. citizen was according to their law, their reality would not want to be one. What?
Why more? Why? Who were the United States citizens? Uh um and what do you call it? In 1860, who were the United States citizens?
Yeah, it's
What would we
the
call
you're
them if we
they
study in
was
the damn
calling black
history book?
they was calling them black people. That's the European man. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
The black
Because see,
Moor, the African.
yeah,
He didn't get called pale or white or none of that. I'm talking about dark and pale ones. They didn't
yeah,
call them white or any of that until 1870. Remember, with the
yeah,
Naturalization Act of the
right.
free white person.
Of the free white person. And see, look, it
That's
says what?
anybody though that's foreign from
Yep,
another nation.
from another nation. That's
Yeah,
why Egyptians and everybody that come over here now, they use the EIN number, and they got to change it up every 5 years, and they come over here in a white status.
that's white. Yeah.
Just yeah, and then they're using the same thing. The Moorish Science Temple is using the same thing with naturalization instead of nationalization.
So I don't
See,
want to be white, bro, because it don't. You know how we be like, oh, white mean free. No,
yeah,
no, no, it don't.
but
It means free foreigner.
it means free foreigner once
Yes.
they took your jurisdiction. See what people don't understand, when Prophet was running around here, none of that shit that they're doing now they didn't do back then.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm still the free white person. You know what I
And
mean?
you
It
gonna
just
profit like, yo, profit. I'm getting a land patent to get the land back, and look what happened. He like, what with the what to get the where?
with the
Where'd it
what?
go? Where did it ever go?
No. No, you never went nowhere. It's just the simple fact that Moore's got to wake up from their slumber and retake everything back and put everything back into its proper perspective. Then you'll be able to, once you run your own government, what the prophet already was establishing with the temples. You see what I'm saying? So you'll have your own jurisdiction province and are able to function. You know what I mean, with your own theocratic um society of jurists. You see what I'm saying? And you could be able to establish certain things for yourself and run government. That's why the temples was there anyway. That's just for your footing to bring everything what you need with a political body of Moors that's on your on your level. As far as that's why the nationality is so important, because every Moor that's working to get to where we need to be as far as free and independent and running our own government. Those are Moors who's faithful to this movement and faithful to their prophet, and they want to see what the prophet prophecies, you know what I mean, go all the way and bring that forth so we can establish what the prophet in his his intentions was for us to do, and that was bring the marvelous light. You know
And
what I mean?
I'm proof that they what happened like the it's the English, bro, changing our names up to represent what they called stuff. Us
Yeah.
in the South, like my family, I literally got the records of my family since I found out that I had my uncle in the wrong position. I switched in
Mm.
like a couple weeks ago. All these new hints popped in, bro. I got my damn ancestry tree all the way back to 1744, 1735, 1722. What are these people talking about? Because my fifth great grandfather, John Winne or Wynne, which is Wynne, right? I looked at
Mm-hmm.
his census papers and it said slave records. And I'm like, oh, here we go. They about to subjugate my uncle on some slavery. More or my grandfather in slavery. That
Yep.
shit where his name was at the top part, it's a name of slave owner. And
Yeah.
then next to that, it was a name, and the name, the color was black. And then he
Right.
had mainly male black and female black and like one mulatto. He had 47 slaves.
Mm.
So I'm sitting here like, wait. That I read that to have 10 slaves, you were like the man.
Yeah.
47. God damn, like
So he was
bro,
rich. He was like over like he was
800 acres.
yeah,
Well, no, let me not lie.
he was well
That's
off wealthy.
that's my James Hooks. He had the 800 acres. This
Right.
guy, he had like around 100 or so. But around the time of the Georgia land lottery, there was his great grandson named Wayne Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
He purchased the land from a land lottery and married my aunt who was a Cherokee full blood, but she don't look like no European. She looked dark skinned. So this before
Right.
they was saying that anybody who was dark skinned wasn't full blood, and then everybody on my father's side from Georgia, they was all listed as colored until after Reconstruction. My grandmother
Mm.
was darker than me. More they had her as colored.
Right. Because that's when they was taking you out of the Indian status and then turning you into colored because you went from Moorish, black and Moor, da da da. Then from Moorish, they took away your nationality, and then we went into Indian, and then after Indian, they usurped that and made the $5 Indian, and then they turned around and called you black. You know what I mean? Negro. First it was Negro. My bad. Negroes first, then black, then now it's African American.
That's because they amalgamated British loyalists and British black dispatchers into our society who were
Hmm.
comfortable with being blackamoors and shit like that. So they would come around our people. We would see them getting benefits and how cold the white people ice is, and then that became a reality. Like I ain't shopping with the niggas. I want to go around here. Even though
Yeah,
they don't like you around there, you got your own stuff. What is this? You don't want your stuff. You want to go get day water.
right.
And we
You
just
want to
been
drink?
on that ever since. Like we just think
Yeah,
our shit ain't worth it. And then now we believe that so much to where there is a reality that exists where you go through the hood and you don't want to shop in those stores. You don't want to spend with the black people because they don't clean up enough and they always got to have broken material. They're not going to have the good quality. It's always going
and
to be
they and
weird
they
ass
customer and
workers.
they customer service is not
Shitty.
professional enough. It's shitty. They talk to you crazy. They do. You know what I mean? Like, I understand. I mean, understand, understand. Like our people need to look at the little things that will go a long way too. If you really want to be active as far as production, you have to um evaluate yourself first, and then if you rough around the edges or whatever, try to bring yourself into a better refinement so you can conduct yourself better and function better. It's nothing but self improvement that Moore's got to really take, initiative on. Stop staying in that same mental capacity as far as believing everything what these modern Europeans is putting forth because they're not giving you the real gusto. They're giving you lies. Now you have some Europeans, modern Europeans out here that's, working to give out the truth and helping us. You see what I'm saying? But then you have those who want to keep things the way they are, but they just don't understand. By keeping the things the way they are, it's gonna bring more tyranny, more discouragement, more misappropriations, more deaths, more lewd acts, everything that harms. You see what I'm saying?
I really don't
So
know what to say to Europeans because
yeah,
I don't hate no European. I love Europeans,
me
but
too. It's
my
not
thing is
about hating them. It's about
to
the situation that all of us are in.
to
You see what I'm
realize where
saying?
our people at in the mind, and then realize where he's at in the mind, where he kind of like, man, look, I'm used to owning everything. I'm used to not, my taxes, my bills being paid off, my trust pays off my child's tuition. He has gotten so comfortable with it being the wrong way that when we start to pull him back to the, a allodial sense of self, the jure status of law, he don't like that. He don't want to live in a world where the Moors had a government and it was all us. Because he looking
Right,
at us in our state today as running the government. Bro, I wouldn't
right.
want us as a government right now. All
Me
what?
neither.
We'd be up
Me
there
neither.
fighting the first day about what to call
Yeah,
ourselves.
right.
The Moorish wing, the Indian wing, and the Hebrew wing. We just be all over the place. Fuck is wrong? Now the bird got 3 wings. We just stupid. We stupid. Niggas is in there with chicken nuggets and shit. Trying to come up with the damn spicy chicken McNugget damn law. The fucking the Popeyes Chicken Act. We don't need to be no government right now. We need to get ourselves more astute with law, like how Prophet Noble Ali said, to that day when we ready. I feel like I
Right,
could be a state representative easy, bro. I could
right,
be a congressman. But in today's state of our people, I'm not doing it.
right.
Get up there
Because
and
they're
be a
gonna run you
A
crazy.
COVID damn nigga. Like what? Tell you
Yeah,
about
they're
COVID for real?
yeah,
Why I
they'll
don't got
run
my
you
mask on
crazy,
and shit?
man. They'll run you crazy.
I ain't doing it.
They'll run you crazy. So that's why our people need to really take it. Like I said, take an initiative of okay. Let's say, for instance, we have to run our own government, and we don't have the European to show us every damn thing. What we gonna do then?
I'm the first thing I'm doing. I'm printing out all the goddamn original constitutions and passing it out to the damn hood, so everybody
Right.
can know how we about to run this shit. Everybody go back to your kingly, princely ways. We all royals, and then everybody going by their family name. Shit, we would have to go back to everybody representing their individual family, and then we all come together as the one big family, but with everybody with their family records.
Hmm.
No excuses, because that is a way where we could Moors would have to do more of their genealogy,
Right.
so we could keep our Moors whatever we want to say, but come through with your ancestry, so we could tie it all as one.
Hmm.
Shit, the fuck, like why are we playing?
Because a lot of our people are just stuck and waiting on somebody to save them. You know what I mean? When they need to take the initiative to save themselves, or 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 not just take the initiative, but be about it. You know what I mean? Help those who's trying to. You know what I mean? Get our people out of those situations. Just like I was saying before, like all these clowns that we have out here, the Umar Johnsons, the young pharaohs, um, who else was out here, just duping the people, polite. Um, you had the Amin Ra squad. They was out here doing a little bull crap with their misinformation. The
Man,
Hebrew,
my great grandma was a Aniyanaway, and
yeah,
I don't want to hear about Africa. I don't know
yeah.
about these dudes was telling people it's okay to get vaccines. I studied DNA and all that, and I'm like that when I
Why
listen
would
back
they?
to that shit,
Why would they say that though? Why would they say it's okay to get a vaccination when they already know
because they work,
these
they
these these?
Sinetta and them, they work for goddamn Democrats, bro. Them Democrats in
Mm-hmm.
New York, they work for
Mm-hmm.
Democrats in New York to push the bullshit that these people put on the news to us. Right
Mm-hmm.
after that, we come out with a fake COVID. Like a year or two after these dudes had a damn DNA shots convention where mostly
Right.
Europeans was in there saying, "Why are these black men teaching y'all that? Do y'all know what they put in vaccines?" The lady bought a vaccine that she took off the camera, like backstage out when they weren't doing the lecture, and she said she showed how the she took it to a doctor and it said it had cultures of Europeans in the fucking okay.
Damn.
It had cultures of European body parts and European specimen in the goddamn
The damn
syringe,
vaccination
in
in
the
the
vaccine.
syringe.
And they
So they
talking about
trying
it's mercury. Yeah, right.
right, right. Yeah, they trying to get you to infect yourself with a virus, you know what I mean, to destroy your immune system. That's the
Like
whole
literally him. Literally
yeah,
him.
yeah,
His children or his culture literally in you destroys. I, once the European said that, that was my last time ever even. I don't even want to. Don't you even say that dude named Frank Gehry. Don't
hmm
say his name. I don't. We don't deal with him.
right,
And none of them people that come from that. None of that. The brother No Light, Fumar Khansen, and all these fools.
yep. Because they
Because the
all
more I see, the more that we bang on them, the more people go look them up and pay them. So, fool, what y'all paying these people for? You need to pay to get your damn ancestry better. Pay to
right,
buy some silver. How about that?
right, or like I said before, get with the righteous Moors. That's gonna help you out of this situation. I don't understand why these people donate to these clowns. You
Buy
feel what
some
I'm saying?
books, shit,
Buy some books and
or pay for that
get
land patent. Cause we need
yeah,
to get this stuff all together so we can start to correct this stuff. I already got mine.
right,
I already got mine. Like I said,
right,
I ain't just listing out all these acres and shit for nothing.
right.
That's why I'm going, to talk to these people. Like, no, it ain't just don't just leave it there. It's
You
stuff we
got
have to do.
you have to do it because if we don't and see things through, then you know what I mean. What's the point? You know what I mean?
Let's make it real easy, more. We always make stuff so easy as Moors. All right. Last time when they took the lands, didn't our people have land patents?
They had a load of your titles.
No, I'm saying when they took the lands, then our
Oh
people
yeah,
had land
yeah,
patents.
yeah.
Okay. So if they took the land under land patents that you're trying to go get right now, the same land patents that they took, oh my God, that is crazy to me. This is the land patent that formed from them taking your land. So you're gonna get it and take it back to get the land back from them. What's
No,
going to stop them from taking and
they're
eminent
back.
domain the land again and not
There's
paying
nothing.
nobody, just forgetting to
That's
pay everybody? That's what happened last time.
that's another way they're giving them time. You giving them time.
Right.
You're giving them time.
And with people like Noble Drew Ali and the ones who know telling you about a Lodio title, they made sure they wiped him off the face of the earth. Because
Yep.
we heard of land patents before. I heard the Europeans with land patents because the land down in Georgia, that's how it is. So we heard
Yep.
of land patents, but we never heard of no Elodio. And I'm not even going to say her name because I don't want to, whatever. I love what she's doing. But how you going to sit up there and put a Lodio title on land patent? Bro, come on, bro. We was the only people talking about Elodio titles. Only people, the Moors. Somehow now a
Dane
Lodio
Calla
title is a damn
Dane
land patent.
Dane Calloway. I mean
Oh, that's dude.
Callapunk. Callapunk. Calloway.
And we
Yeah.
know about his last name and his Dane. We know about that from the what's that? The Ancient and Modern Britons book. We know
Yep.
about the Danes. You
Yep.
damn Moor. What are you talking about?
Right. But you want to be Indian though. You want to be Hindustani. Okay. Indian
He ain't even
Corporation.
Indian though, bro. Like
Yeah.
the
What
Indian,
is it?
he don't
What
even
was
deal
it?
with that shit. He playing.
What was the Indian Corporation? What year it was founded? 18 what? Um, Indian Corporation.
Indian Corporation.
Yeah, when it was founded.
Oh, India.
Yeah, India. When the
Like in the
corporation was founded.
1700s.
It was when?
Oh, my fault. Like in the 1700s.
Okay, 1700.
Because you gotta understand, India could be dated in America and in Asia before Hindustan was called India by the British
India.
East India Company.
Yeah.
There you go.
By the British Indian Company?
Yeah.
Let me say that again. By the
Yeah. I don't think they heard you.
by the British Indian Company?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
British. About
British
India. How you
Indian
British
Company.
and India. Yeah, a company for God's sakes. We keep saying.
Yeah, company. So
So
company is like corporation, right?
yeah.
Somewhat like a corporation.
India. Oh wait, India found it. Goddamn
Mhm.
Gandhi. When they find your stuff, I
Mhm.
bet you we older than y'all. More,
Look,
I'm about to crack you up.
yeah,
This shit say August 15th, 1947.
yeah. See, that's what
Ain't
I'm
tell me
saying.
about no India, no Africa, no Morocco, no
Bucko,
none of that.
none of
Because
that
none of that
shit.
stuff is even real.
Nope. They took it. That's just like Germany. The same thing. Germany, um, London, Paris. All of that was here. You
So look,
know.
you type in Mauryan Empire, that's the area from so-called India today, all the way up to what they call in the Mongol and all that.
The Mongols, the
Yeah. So
Mongoloids.
that includes Ashoka the Great. Ashaka was the first one of the first ones.
Hmm.
Um, oh damn, it was from so-called India to yeah, like where the Mongolians was at. I was trying to find the other name. I had
Oh,
National Geographic. Yeah, and this is the Mauryan Empire.
uh-huh.
So why are they calling ancient Indians Mauryans? Man, that would show you right there that before any Indians were Indians, they were called Moors.
Hmm.
Even if you want to call the so-called people over there in Hindustan Indians, they were called
They were Moors,
Mauryan.
Morians. Yep, they were Moors too. So that's why I had to interject that more because we just had to make things simple and clear for Moors. And a lot of people is out here, like I said, preaching this other method of preaching, to bring people down into the pulpit,
They say,
and more science. I don't. Where do they do that at? More.
mm-mm. See, Mauryan Empire, when y'all do that like that, I take it out of India and put it in America. It'll
Hmm.
make sense later. I'll be doing my studies and I'm like, oh shit, that's where the Mauryan. Yeah, because I'm not letting these people have none of this shit. No, you European, none of them can have our stuff, bro. Then you look at Ashoka. This dude got a whole turban and fez on.
Right. But they
Whole
want to
turban and fez.
say, but they want to say, oh, what is that? What are you, a Shriner? What are
How
you, a
dare
Masonic
you do that?
brother or whatever? Look here, I tell
A
them quick.
Shriner, bro.
A
But
Shriner? What?
but then the whole point of why we say always rep the prophet, because he said it's certain stuff he said that where you wouldn't look at him more like that if you understood the prophet said don't mark your feathers. So
Right.
why would we go mark our feathers?
Why would we go put a subjugation over the mother's head and adorn it on our fez?
More, you ever seen a Shriner wearing their fez outside of that damn cryptic grave that they go into to sit to do
Yeah,
their little rituals, and they
yeah,
even wear their stuff outside?
yeah. I only see it when they wear their shit outside. Is when they doing a parade, like the Murmurs
Uh huh.
parade or some shit like that. But
Mum's the word.
or have their little conventions. Have their little Shriner conventions. You'll see them parading around every now and then. And then they have their little hospitals that they you know do all this propagating through too, which we already know that they cannot walk freely with their feathers on outside like that.
Mm-mm.
They got that, and especially they have to have it tied down, their tassel, which they
Yeah.
only have like 90 degrees. We have 360 spinning, 720 hex alpha,
I
omega.
be confused with people. Like we understand Masons just on the strength that we know what they did to us, like what
Mm-hmm.
they're continuing to do with us. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Mauryan Empire symbol more is the damn swastika. So people got to get off of that too.
Yeah, the swastika. Yeah, goes
For
back to
right angles making 360, and they talking about some European created that. Here
no,
we
he
go.
didn't.
Stop giving
No,
us
he
stuff.
didn't. No,
I
he
bet.
didn't.
Let me
The
guess. He
the
created
Europe
half of it too.
the modern European already know that he stole mostly everything. Just like the flag, the old glory, um,
Yeah.
flag, what they call the Confederate flag.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they swear that that's modern Europeans' flag. They proudly display it, but it doesn't belong to them. It belongs to the Moors. You know what I mean?
Chickamaugas and the
Yeah.
goddamn the volunteer gang, and they got the Rocky Mountains, and it also says black land on there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's even for you stateless blacks. Y'all don't even know the flag that would represent y'all if you do call yourself black. There's a land, there's a place called Black Land on the what do you call it? The original Confederate flag, which is our flag. I'm not confused. We're looking
Mm-hmm.
down on the pyramid from the top with that flag. I'm not playing. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not confused.
Mm-hmm. That's
How
why.
did that not become our flag? I thought, man, bro, I'd be so lost that when I hear people kicking the shit, I'm like, yo, I thought we knew that. And then I hear the arguments and the long debates. I'm like, yo, we are really messed up in the head as a people. I'll be
Yeah.
going on my shit, like just being quiet. I'm thinking we all on some download, everybody on the same tip until I listen to stuff on the internet. I'm like, yo, everybody's confused?
Yeah.
Everybody? Then I'll be
Everybody.
hearing niggas saying that y'all saying the same thing. Why y'all even arguing?
Right.
It'd be something stupid, something so stupid you can't even remember.
Right. But that's how people are. We like drama. You know what I mean? We like sit back and just talk shit. You
Obama did
know.
us all dirty, bro.
Yeah.
But he did also let us know that this nation was never founded on Christian principles by letting
Right.
us know about the Tripoli Treaty. Then he
Mm-hmm.
said, y'all all is indigenous. Y'all need to get y'all indigenous rights together.
Right. And
So he
then
let us
he
know he's
said,
indigenous.
then he let you know that this country was founded on Muslim law.
Yeah, the
Hmm.
Tripoli Treaty. So it's like, uh, why do y'all think that Muslim is Muslim?
They don't understand, or they don't want to understand.
Muslim, just take that out. Take that word out. We just gonna say mystic. Is that good enough? We mystics.
Yeah, that's good
That
enough.
makes sense. Mystic.
Hmm.
Do you
They
think
probably
their
don't even get
ancestors
that.
was mystics? Does that work?
They
Your
probably don't even
ancestors was
get that.
mystics.
They don't get that.
Hey, get out of my face. So instead of saying Moors, how about mystics? Well, that shit. It was a good ass drink back in the '90s. Y'all wouldn't say it.
Oh, my homeboy Mystical. Yeah.
Yeah, right. We mystical now.
Yeah.
Shit.
So.
Mm-mm. No, there's no way. Cause see, then we call ourselves that. We're gonna have to be finding homes in goddamn genie bottles. I'm good.
Hmm.
But yeah, you know, I'm just looking at it like with all this stuff said and with all the stuff we presented tonight. If this video is viewed and you literally really give it thought and go through all the stuff that we say, it's like almost 416 now,
Right.
17. If you go through this whole joint and you still don't understand how, where, why, you still think it's just a religious thing. I don't think you understand conceptual knowledge. Yeah, I believe in a law because a law is my arm, leg, arm, and head.
Islam.
I'm a follower of Islam because I know that I self law and master. So I am the one who comprises all that for me. You're the one for you. So when we see it in each other, we say Islam,
Hmm.
meaning peace. I see the peace of Allah inside of you, or arm,
Right.
leg, arm, and head
Okay.
inside of you.
Inside of you, which is your higher self. Mm.
Exactly.
So we're gonna correspond with the gods that's inside. You know what I mean?
So why do they keep trying to say that we believe outside? Well, I'm not exoteric. I'm esoteric all day. We
Right.
shit. And we just
But
dealing with the history. Bro, I didn't even
but
get metaphysical on these people.
nah, me neither. I got, we could have, what I mean, but that'll be like we could save some more stuff like, in the next time we go in.
Yeah,
So
later. I got because later for the next joint, I want to get into more of the natural aspect of how we used to ingest mushrooms for thousands of years and how we stopped doing that and it disconnected us from the spiritual aspect of our ancestors and how to connect back to those bridges of the cosmos, the waters of the cosmos, and the planetary cosmic belt.
it's because that's really the keys, like to, reawakening us into our national principle status, and bringing a more clearer understanding. You know what I mean? That's
What
the
if the
whole.
real Moorish Empire ain't even on Earth? See, playing. They up here trying to be something. What if it's not even on Earth?
Right.
You better get your you better get your public record documents put on the public record at your county of whatever you're claiming you are, and it better be de jure. And if you need help, call somebody who knows. Call them more. Call us. Shit, call me. I'm about to start giving my damn number out. Call
Mm-hmm.
me. I'm not too hard to find, and I'm not a dirty Moor. I will deal with whatever wherever we at with it.
Right.
And that's the thing. I leave my Moorish nationality at the door if we just gonna talk law to get this shit straightened out.
Right. But they don't want to do that. They want to play games. But we'll see though more because we're putting
Mm-hmm.
it out there.
Because we just exposed the Moorish Science Temple. We gave that a damn kick in the back. So,
Mm,
you know, because they going against our profit now.
right. And
So
they talking crazy.
we left everything on the floor. We talked about the Thomas Drew Ali claim. We talked about Indians being also Moors, not y'all only Moor. No, we were Moors too. Showed that. Showed all the damn laws about how patents can also be. It can get confusing when you're dealing with doctrines of discovery and Aboriginal title
Yep.
and the current state of certain people being under the guardianship of the United States. Because I know
Right.
most of the Indians that I listen to, they don't believe half of this shit about being under the United States. It's just because people banging on people and we at so-called information war. It's like high school. Nigga, fuck you. I'm gonna talk about your knees and shit like
Right.
your dusty shoes. That's all we
Right.
doing. We just busting on
Right.
each other.
That's it. And trying to seem like, what I mean, that our shit don't stink. You know what I mean? Which in actuality it does. So we just got to come into realization and start getting together and doing things what's right. You know what I mean? As a whole, not just, you have certain individuals out here just want to be running them up and doing certain things, selling packages and stuff like that. You know, people got to understand whatever wrong you do to somebody, right? You have to understand, okay, if I'm doing this individual wrong, how would I feel if I'm being wrong the same way I'm doing this? See, so that's why I want to say to people, like, just think about some of the things that you wouldn't allow or you wouldn't want to be ran on you. You know,
Think about who our common enemy is.
right,
At this point, we see we don't really. It ain't really the European. It's more so the information has been left behind that got his face on it. But that's all about if you believe it or not. Because it's tons of information that we could straight change our minds to, and that'll become the new real. Like the history of the mines in America, like that.
right,
Like the
right.
history of the Olmecs, predating damn near everybody, and how they were fezzes when they went to Easter Island
hmm
and
But
wrapped
they
them
don't
up.
want to. They don't. I had a conversation with a person, right? Well, not a person. Let's say with a human about that, and they try to argue me up and down. Gonna tell me that that wasn't a fez on the Olmec
Oh,
head.
I got the best argument. If it wasn't a
Yeah,
fez, it was a damn red mushroom,
yeah. But that's what they. Well,
the
that's
Masca Pasha.
right. But that's what they was trying to say. Trying to say that was the tassel that he had spinning on his head was a braid or something like that.
They
You
call it
know
the
what I mean?
Masca Pacha, the Mayan
Yeah,
headdress.
yeah. And I was like, no, that's a fez more. Like you need to look at it, like really examine it. You know what I mean? Because they're letting you know that you in your own ancestral land. If it's being pulled right over here on this side, they're excavating it. Well, ain't that trying to tell you something? And the noses look just like yours, lips looks just like yours. Duh.
Bro, they got a Indian tribe called the Nez Perce tribe. The Nez Perce, or
Mhm.
Nez Perce, right?
Mhm.
Why is the Nez a fez?
Yeah.
Like you see, man, pictures of these so-called Indians. A lot of them is dark skinned too. Is one I like real good where it got the little girl where she got this fez on. It got like little it looked like pyramid shapes on them.
Wow.
Oh, let me not forget. Shoot. Wait. What's that Moore's name? More that my gosh. Oh my god, Billy. Ah, he used to wear the biggest fez. Billy Bowlegs? Not is it Bowlegs? No, it ain't Bowlegs. I think my uncle. Wait, it is this more. Yeah,
Yeah.
Billy Bow. Billy Bowlegs the third. More, he had a big fez on. Big fez. What they talking about?
A tall one,
Yeah,
like
he
an
lived till he
Abraham
was
Lincoln fez.
yeah. He lived. He was till he was old, like real old. And his fez like he used to wrap it up in like crazy turban, and it was shaped just like the you know how the Olmec one was like it's real boxy like
Yeah.
that's how his was shaped. So
Okay.
why did he have a so-called Olmec looking? Leave it alone. Indians wearing fezzes. We could just find this stuff like it's no tomorrow, and then
Mhm. And scimitar these necks. You know what I mean? Because I'm tired of these people slandering my prophet, our prophet. You know, they need to go sit down and retire somewhere, messing with the Moors.
I can just see where they took our damn culture from and shit.
But that's what they
All
do,
the
though, man.
clothing and all that, like how we used to dress.
Yeah, that's what they do. Everything from silk to leather to everything that we see now, Moors created, brought it into existence.
Look
And
at the
now,
Seminoles. They got it all in.
yeah, now they want to act like, oh, they the founders of this, that, and the third, and you know, they took us from Africa and brought us here, and we were savages and all this, that, and the third. This creative narrative that these people had put into semblance.
Oh
And
my
so,
goodness, more. Let's look at this. Um, Mikasuki, Indian doctor, tiger. So were they calling him shit? Just type that in. Mikasuki, Doctor Tiger. So Mikasuki
okay,
Indian, that's the tribe, and I think they were calling him Doctor Tiger. This
okay,
dude got a
hold on.
fez on like it's no tomorrow, and he dark as hell, and he don't look like no Indian.
Hmm.
Got the Moorish shoes on. Come on, bro. Like, what is this? I'm looking at Florida memory of a damn so-called Seminole.
Yeah, well, that proves our point right there, more.
Get him out. Get him out of here. We're not. Subject term: shamans, Seminole men, Miccosukee men.
Yeah, shamans. That's what you want to call like the like high priest of Anun. You know what I mean? Or which we'll go back into Tamuri. You see, so shamans like the ones that deal with the herbal roots and stuff like that. You see, rituals and stuff. You know.
Oh, this one he got older with his children and stuff.
Let me see. What's his name again? Hold up, I'm finna look him up. I gotta hold up. I need you to tell me his name. Yeah, I'm gonna Google it.
Already though, I can see the damn theater in it. This nigga standing there with a gun. Who's taking this picture, bro? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Now I'm starting to look at him. He might be a dark skinned Melungian up here playing. I
Melungian,
mean, a dark skinned Mongolian. My fault.
Mongolian. Okay.
Like dark skinned
What's his
Asiatic. What
What's
you
his name
doing?
again?
Mikasuki Indian Doctor Tiger.
Minkasuki.
Mikasuki.
Minkasuki.
Mikas. UK.
Here's a map of Miccosukee, Florida, 32309.
Yeah.
It pulls up Florida,
This is where my great grandma from, Effie.
and then it says, okay, what is the difference between the
Supposedly.
Seminole and the Miccosukee? Hold up, Miccosukee. It's different. What is the difference between the Seminole and the Miccosukee tribes? The difference is political, not cultural. In 1957, many of the
Political
Native Americans.
status, more back to
Yep,
nationality.
yeah. Look, it says in 1957, many of the Native Americans in Florida form a political organization called the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Hmm.
Y'all was
Yep,
Miccosukie's first.
yep. That goes back. That goes back to political status again.
Free national name.
Hmm.
Okay. You're supposed to be Miccosukee, so you could be your free national name or your free national government. Miccosukee.
Okay, what was Miccosukee? What was his name again? Miccosukee. What now?
Tiger, Dr. Tiger. Another
Doctor
subject.
Tiger. Doctor Tiger. Tiger.
So we got the Miccosukee.
Wait a minute. You're just pulling them up here. You got a tall fez on, right?
All day.
All right. Yeah, his fez is like the one that I showed you with the it's a round shape fez.
Oh yeah, yep. Like the one that Asiatic and well.
Yeah, the Asiatic I sent you. Yeah, the
But
one that.
he was like that looked like what made Asiatic
Mm-hmm.
the way he
Yeah,
looked.
yeah. The first Oriental, the Hans.
But if you understand in the Shans,
Yeah,
Xian, and if you understand Shan is really just the Xi'an or the Olmecs, then that show you the Olmecs went over there to populate all of that. Don't talk to me about no Chinese.
right. And
No,
look
no
more,
pun intended neither, because we know how they try and do that.
look more. He's standing on the square, right? He got his shotgun. Okay.
You're looking at the same exact picture.
Yeah. He's standing on the square. He got his shotgun.
Square, right?
Yeah, he's
90
standing
degrees.
on the square, 90
Uh-huh.
degrees. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
But that might be, doctored, but who cares? I'm looking
Right.
at it like this is the culture y'all stole from me.
Mm-hmm.
Forget whoever this guy is, but that culture that he got on, nigga,
Mm-hmm.
people came over from these damn places with no clothes on. They said we was naked. No. And
Yeah,
then
these people, you can tell that they got turbans, right? Of Europeans wearing turbans with a fez like up in the air
all day.
all day.
Wrap the turban around the fez. Like,
Yeah,
get it in.
yeah.
Well, that's feel like we nailed the coffin shut. If anybody wants to kick open some doors, even though this thing is hermetically sealed, then we can go back to it. But I think we've made Noble Drew Ali happy.
Islam.
So I'm going to end this joint, and then should we can discuss what we're gonna do at a later date.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. More.
All right, more. Holla at you. Islam to
Yeah,
everybody who checked this joint out. Shout out to the chat.
yeah. I want to give a shout out to the chat, to all the Moors, all the faithful Moors that's out there that's willing to stand upright, pure, and clean, just like the prophet said. We are a nation of Moors that's upright, pure, and clean. Y'all Moors remember that. and always be an active more, not passive. And I want to leave your um humble praises. I want to leave and yield the flow with that. And I want to say Islam and peace to all the Moors, all worldwide, like Sheikh, like Grand Sheikh Kujo say. And more is just more. Do what you do, but make sure you do it in complete supreme intelligence. Islam, Moors.
Islam, Moorish, peace and love.
Peace and love.